Hey, good morning, everyone. We'll call this morning's council meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. this morning. Thank you for joining us. First off, just like to acknowledge we have a relatively heavy agenda today, so we'll try and be mindful of that. Please try and be respectful of our time as we discuss as council. Having said that, we will take our time and make sure that we address what's on the agenda, as there is, like I say, some heavy lifting to do. We do have three time-sensitive matters on the agenda. We have a 9 o'clock delegation with the RCMP. We have a 10 o'clock public hearing that is on our Lethbridge County Town of Coaldale Intermunicipal Development Plan, and we have an 11 a.m. delegation with the Link Pathway. With that, I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Mark?
Thank you, Troy. I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mark. I should have asked, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none. Mark has moved the adoption of the agenda as presented. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Mark. Moving down, adoption of the minutes. Before you have the minutes of the February 2nd, 2023 County Council meeting. Are there any errors, omissions, or any other issues arising from the minutes? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the minutes of the county meeting from February 2nd, 2023 be adopted as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved for the adoption of the February 2nd, 2023 County Council meeting minutes. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And with that, we can move down to item D, delegations are 9 o'clock. Staff Sergeant Mike Numan from the RCMP. Mike, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, they do? You fit.
I was already on it.
Oh.
Good morning. Reeve and Council, thanks for taking the time. I know you have a busy agenda, but we wanted to make sure we were able to come in a timely fashion to talk about the quarterly stats that you received in January. I'm here today with my ops sergeant, our Sergeant Dave Marentet again, and yeah, we thought we'd just go over a few things and then be happy to answer any questions from council. So if you're good with that, I'll just do my presentation and then maybe we'll do questions at the end.
Thank you.
First of all, thanks to Reeve Campbell for attending our Coaldale Detachment blessing and naming ceremony. That was I learned a lot that day, and it was quite a moving ceremony, and really enjoyed that, so thank you for coming. If you get a chance, stop by the detachment. We have a bit of a commemorative plaque that we've hung in the lobby, just kind of commemorating that day, so it turned out well. A couple of our members made it in their shop, so please do that. I'll be talking about the Q3, October to December 2022 stats. That would be what you received in your package. Before that, I know that we, like everybody else, is busy. The world is getting back to normal for sure, both in regular business and in crime. We're still seeing a bit of an increase, and we'll talk about that when I go through the stats, but we are attending a lot of functions, doing a lot of proactive things in the communities that we serve, including the county and a lot of the municipalities within the county. We are still focusing on our three priorities of road safety, police community visibility, and crime prevention. Those things, I think, are pretty much a basic fundamental of police work and how we do our business day to day, whether we're interacting with somebody at an accident or somebody who's had a break and enter. So we'll continue to focus on those as well. For the quarter 3 stats, I'll talk about the quarter first, and then in your package there was also the year-to-year stats, so the full comparison between 2021 and 2022. And there's definitely some things that are we're seeing a trend in for sure. So we'll talk about that now. For quarter 3, we had assaults that were up, and these numbers are not big. So when you see big percents in there, we're talking like from 17 to 24, which the percent seems higher, but that's single events. So those are not big numbers to start. So just bear that in mind. But we did see an increase of from 17 to 24 in assaults, criminal harassment, 2 to 9, and I attribute those to. Again, we're seeing an increase over the board of spousal assaults, and I know I've talked about that before, domestic type situations where people aren't getting along and there's charges that are laid. Those are attributed to that. So we go to our property crimes. That is where we see the bigger increase, I guess. Still the numbers are small, but they're starting to get to climb. So our break and enters for that quarter, 7 from last year to 19 this year. Motor vehicle thefts, 2 to 14 in the quarter. Other types of thefts are 21 to 27. Possession of stolen property, where we catch somebody with stolen property, 2 to 13. And mischiefs, 3 to 10, which is pretty much anything other than the events that I've described, mischief type offenses. So totally, our property crime was up from 69 last year to this quarter 112. So we're getting close to that double for total property type crimes. Also, when we move down to drug possession, we had an increase. We had 0 the last quarter. This quarter we had 5 charges of illegal drug possession in the county, and mental health calls were up from 15 to 21 for a 3-month period, which those are again attributed to dependencies on different drugs and people having a tough time with life and just reaching out or not reaching out, and us having to be called to deal with those types of offenses. So we are definitely getting busier, and I have noted that for sure. I'll jump down to the 2021 to 2022 yearly stats. That was in your package as well. Those are a little easier to read because they're broke down very not into specific categories, but into person crime, property crime, traffic, and collisions. So from 2021 to 2022, the whole year, our persons crimes went actually down. So that's crimes against a person, whether that's assaults or those types of offenses, from 137 to 126. So that's an 8% drop. Property crimes, however, jumped by over 100, well, just 100, from 283 in 2021 to 382. That's a 35% increase. And we had a decrease in total traffic violations from 1,580 to 1,004, which is a 36% drop. I was talking with Dave this morning about that, and we attribute that to the recent, well, not recent, when the Alberta Sheriffs, they were integrated with our traffic unit. They've now went on their own. Those numbers would have attributed to a higher, so we're not getting to count the sheriff's enforcement actions, so that's why we're going to see that drop, and that'll probably be consistent moving forward. The sheriffs are on their own now. And the collisions in the county remained about the same at around 264. So I think that's a lot of information, but at the end of the day, we have an increase in property crime that is concerning, and not just here, but we're seeing that across the board in Alberta. We have criminals that are not specific to this area, but they're traveling, taking advantage of places that aren't properly secured, or there's nobody watching, those types of things. So it's not one consistent spot that's being targeted. It just seems to be random, which makes it difficult to conduct enforcement when you don't know exactly where they're going to be. But that's the trend that we are seeing a little bit for sure, and continuing into this quarter as well. So maybe what I'll do is I'll stop there. I have some other things to talk about, but that's a lot of information on stats. Was there any questions or anything related to the stats or the package that I presented?
Thank you. Yeah, I've got Claus, John, and then Lauren, please.
Just for the record here, I was not assaulted. That was a dermatologist that did this to me. So don't put me on that list.
All right, Glad.
Go ahead, John.
Not sure how you follow that one up. Just a question about the property in terms of like the dramatic increase. Is that partially due to focus on actually reporting, or do you believe that this is a overall increase in the crimes committed as opposed to the crimes committed and not reported? Because I know that we put a lot of focus on that over the last little bit, and make sure that you call it in even though it may be minor, right?
Right, and I think it's probably a combination of both. We are seeing, and Dave can speak to this as well, our prolific offenders that were in jail for a short period of time or however are now out again, and so that always, you see the ebbs and flows in crime when they're out. So again, the 10% are causing 90% of our problems. But I do think that if you have been messaging through your bulletins and through the community, that will certainly skew the stats as well, as far as showing that there's more going on. And maybe there was the same amount going on, but we just didn't know about it. From my experience in looking at the files that were coming in, it's stolen vehicles, and a lot of the storage places in the rural area around the city of Lethbridge, so in like out at the airport, industrial, are being targeted because it's easy, because there's nobody there. You know, there's usually all kinds of, it's like shopping, right? You go and open up these storage units and see what you get, type of thing. So those are, it's not like people are breaking into houses when people are there. We're not seeing that type of crime. It's more the crime of opportunity. And I think Dave.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We've had 0 home invasions for the year, which is a break and enter when people are home. So that, we have 0 calls for that at all in the past year. In October, 10 of our prolific offenders, just the way timing worked out, all got released from Lethbridge Correctional Center at roughly the same time. And they're the same 10 that Lethbridge Police deals with all the time, we deal with all the time, that do the vast majority of the crime. So I'm not overly surprised to see that the stats went up for the quarter as well. For those offenders, we're engaged with LPS and some of our crime reduction teams out of Calgary, and they're doing some efforts related to that. And we have our own condition checks. They all have curfews, that kind of thing, that our members follow up with daily to see if they're following their conditions. They get breached if they're not. So that's kind of the approach there. Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just wondering about when you talked about the sheriffs. I
Yes.
noticed on the news a couple of weeks ago, I guess it was the first time I saw it, that they've put a group of sheriffs like in downtown Calgary and in Edmonton for the C-train riders. Did they take those away from the RCMP detachments, or did they move them away from you, and are they coming back, or what's the story on those?
I don't exactly know. I know that because of the problems that both those big cities were having in the downtown cores and public safety perceptions, that was a plan that they must have come up with the Alberta sheriffs. It's not, they left our they're still in our detachment, but they went on their own. We used to be an integrated, so we didn't lose any of the sheriff positions in Lethbridge, to my knowledge, or Coaldale. It's just that they wanted to go on their own. We used to have a memorandum of understanding and worked with them, and they were integrated on our computers, on our radios. That's totally changed now. They're completely isolated. They're their own little unit, and we do our thing. So it's not great, but that happened higher up than at my level here to control that. So.
Thank you.
Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that said, isn't that really confusing? The one does their job and the other one does their job, and sometimes you're probably doing the same job. But if you're not connecting with each other, if there's no communication there, doesn't that harm the situation sometimes when something occurs?
Absolutely. As far as even officer safety, now we have no way of getting a hold of you know, if our members are working by themselves, you know, the sheriffs are always there, and now we have no way of, other than we know their cell phones, but it's definitely a detriment. You know, we don't information share like we used to anymore, and it's again building silos. And to my understanding, I don't know if this was an RCMP decision or an Alberta government decision. I don't want to comment on where that came from, but it happened certainly at the highest level, and maybe in line with some other things that the Alberta government is trying to do in the province. So, but it's difficult for our members for sure.
Any other questions at this time?
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'll just touch on a few things that are happening locally. I know that every time I come here, we've been talking about the merger between the Coaldale and Picture Butte detachment. I'm finally happy to report that in early January, I got the go-ahead to proceed officially, even though we've kind of been doing it off the record. So Dave and I myself have been working hard to make that merger complete, including a workable schedule. Some of the things we were doing that were duplicate are going down to one detachment doing exhibits, let's say, or those types of things, just to save in reduction of repeating jobs. We are not, however, closing the Picture Butte detachment. That's staying open. Still be somebody working at the front counter there in normal office hours, and members, we still have a working office there, and members will be expected, as I talked about before, to go up, and you know, if we have 4 working, 2 will go to the north Picture Butte, 2 will stay down in the Coaldale area, and kind of work the river north and south zone. So that's still the plan. That's been approved. So I am now officially the Coaldale Picture Butte Detachment Commander, and we'll move forward with that. I would imagine that your CPO, David Enns, is aware. The Lethbridge Air Show has confirmed that they are doing another air show this year instead of every 2 years. I think they're going to do it every 2 years, but they wanted to get on the odd years for reasons of getting better entertainment or acts. So we are working with the city of Lethbridge and the airport. It does involve the county a bit, as the parking and the traffic congestion that we saw last year, we are going to work hard to alleviate this year. And we'll be looking for support from your CPO as well again for that. As far as our staffing levels at our detachment, looking a lot better than we were even last time I was here. We have now 3 corporal positions. One of those has been filled, and the fellow started last week. We have 2 others that are trying to sell their houses to get here. So at the end of the, hopefully before summer, I'll have 3 corporals, which are road supervisors, which really will take the weight off of myself and mostly Dave, so he can do his real job. Those corporals are a key position. They're kind of the road supervisor. They work shift work and work with the members to provide real-time advice and guidance, so we're looking forward to having them. 2 constables, new constables, but experienced coming, one from Bassano detachment and the other one from Picani. I think the one is starting next week from Bassano, and the other one probably in April or May. So our staffing issues for now, I'll touch wood, are starting to get out of the black, as it were, for us. So looking forward to having a full complement to do some more proactive stuff in the communities that we serve. I did want to offer, I know we've done community meetings before, and if that's something that Reeve and Council wish to do again, I'm more than happy to do that, seeing if people are maybe more engaged in coming and out to a town hall or those types of things. I do have access to a lady who does speaking on community safety, so all the things we talked about, protecting your property, how to make it more crime-proof, ways to protect yourself, those types of things. Businesses, how they can make sure their businesses are safe. So we have all those presentations we could provide at one of those meetings, and maybe that would attract some people, I don't know. But something to consider, and I'll certainly work with you folks to make that happen if we would like to see that in the fall or even this spring. That was all I had. Dave, did you have anything else that I missed?
No, that's perfect.
I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you very much. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the airport thing, I read just the other week that they were going to have a big anniversary next year or something like that, and that's why they're doing it this year. Otherwise, they're going to miss an extra year there. So that was the reason why. Anyway, that was from the radio.
Yeah, I think in talking with the President Dallas, he also, just the way the acts, because most communities only do it every 2 years, and I think there was a lot on the even years, so they wanted to this was a good opportunity for them to switch to the odd years, and they'd have a better chance of getting the bigger military and those bigger acts that draw more crowds. So.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, both of you, for your time this morning. Sure appreciate it. Thank you for, again, thank you for the invite to attend the blessing and the naming ceremony. I was glad to attend that. And maybe on a more personal note, I don't think it's always the greatest thing when, you know, the public has to interact with the RCMP, no offense, but just from a, you know, personal, was in a situation where I had to give you guys a call and just really appreciative of the service and how I was dealt with, and the level of service was tremendous. Communication was crystal clear. So just from that perspective, wearing my other hat, thank you very much. And I did have one question. You know, we have the opportunity usually twice a year to meet with K Division when we're up in Edmonton. Is there anything that, you know, we can be relaying to them from a local perspective? Anything that we could be advocating for on your behalf?
Thanks for that. It was one of the things I was speaking with earlier about. I know that my boss has reached out and kind of asked, because there was the 3 points that you had that Ann had provided before she left on what you wanted to speak to the CO about. So I had to expand on that further. Really, we're still struggling with the criminal justice system, and not picking out any particular area, but I mean, they've committed more Crown prosecutors, more courtroom, more judges. We're not seeing that right now, so you know, we need to stop releasing these people, especially after bail hearings and those types of things. Other than that, I think the staffing is resolving itself for us, so that's not an issue anymore.
Excellent.
Anything else, Dave?
I don't think so. Those were especially the revolving door concept, yeah.
Yeah, that's always a frustration for our members, for sure. But.
Anything else from council? Thank you very much both for your time, and sure appreciate it. And if you ever need anything, please reach out.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry, do you have advice as where you'd like to go on the agenda for about just over half an hour or so?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. My suggestion would be to, of course, skip our 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. They're still to come before us, as we're only at about 20 after 9 or shortly thereafter. So I would suggest we move to the F section of the agenda, department reports, beginning with municipal services, please.
Excellent. We will move down then to F1, Municipal Services. F1.1, Bylaw 22-018, the speed limit bylaw. And with that, we have our Director of Public Operations, Jeremy Wixon. Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. It's kind of almost an enforcement morning, I guess, for the first little bit here. I'd also like to echo and thank the RCMP. We had a vandalism within our yard in Picture Butte, and they responded very promptly. And I was very, very pleased with their response and the thoroughness that the 2 attending officers did put in at that time. So this morning we have the speed limit bylaw coming back for consecutive readings here, or for the potential for consecutive readings. I'll just go over the executive summary. So the speed limit bylaw was developed to address the designation of speeds throughout Lethbridge County. Previously, a traffic control bylaw was adopted originally in 1995 with several amending bylaws and council resolutions passed in prior years. Now after hearing the recent changes here between the Sheriff's Departments and the RCMP, I will be putting a little bit of extra effort to make sure we're corresponding with each of those entities as well, because they do enforcement within our roadways. Speed limits need to have clear parameters and to have a bylaw in place to be enforceable. A speed limit bylaw would look to bring consistency to speed limits throughout the county and give staff direction as to how they will be established moving forward. The speed limit policy supports the bylaw and the parameters for speed designation, so there is a policy attached in regards with this bylaw as well. They do pretty much mirror each other. There is no real changes in between those documents. The policy just acts as a guiding piece for staff moving ahead. County GIS data for signs as well as engineered design guidelines were reviewed and considered as part of the designated speed limits. So we did review, and there were several roadways that we did have design speeds on, so we reviewed those, and those are in conjunction with what is proposed here within the bylaw. Previous council resolutions or bylaws that set speed limits for specific road sections have been grandfathered within the new bylaw, and specifically within the bylaw, I did put a GF next to each of those so that it is clear which ones essentially have been grandfathered as part of that. So as far as previous council direction, at the February 2nd, 2023 meeting, council directed administration that all previous bylaws or resolutions pertaining to specific speed limits will be grandfathered. Hamlets are to be established at 40 kilometers an hour. Industrial parks are to be established at 50 kilometers per hour. Township Road 92 for 1,300 meters east of Highway 512 to be established at 60 kilometers per hour, and then transitions into the 30 kilometer hour zone that is currently there right now. And the Park Lake area to be formalized transition speed zone of 70 kilometers per hour as is currently posted. So we will not have a transition zone. They will just be posted at 70 kilometers per hour for that area by Park Lake. And this is a further follow-up to the council meeting we had on October 20th when the bylaw was first officially proposed. Some of the other further background information, we did have the public survey, which was advertised to the public, which was very well received, 250 submissions. That's still a very small amount in consideration of all of the residents within the county, but it is a good overall summation. Some questions I did have for council, because there are some alternatives and pros and cons here to just go over, because there is still some areas that didn't necessarily match up what we currently have, as well as some areas for consideration. So prior bylaw 1151 stated the following roadways were specifically truck maximums. They are included in the new bylaw, but may create confusion for being 50 kilometer for trucks over 4,500 kg as compared to 80 kilometers for all other vehicles. So there's specifically a truck maximum sign on each of these roadways right now. These roadways in particular were the RecTech Road, Range Road 21-1, the portion north of Highway 3 for 1 kilometer is essentially has that same truck maximum. Currently right now is posted for 1 kilometer at 50 kilometers per hour for all traffic, and then the remaining section of that roadway is posted at 80 kilometers per hour. That is what's currently posted. What is in the bylaw says it's 50 kilometers an hour for that whole nearly 2 mile section. The other portion would be the South Iron Springs Road, Range Road 20-4, from Township Road 11-2 to Highway 519. This is 6.4 kilometers, which has a 50 kilometer per hour truck maximum on it. There is, same thing, it is posted as that, and then there is also signs out there that right now they're posted at 80 kilometers per hour. So there is, like I said, there is sometimes a little bit of a confusion of what that speed limit actually is in these areas. Range Road 21-1, the McNally Road, same thing, from Highway 54 or Highway 4 all the way up to Highway 508. So that's that whole intersection, from intersection to intersection. And the other portion being Range Road 20-0 and Range Road 19-5. That's just how they essentially align, and that's a Sundial Road, and that's a 10 kilometer section on that area in particular. One thing, if grandfathered for these ones in particular, an alternative weight I would recommend essentially for truck maximums. 4,500 kg doesn't really align with anything. That basically, yeah, for commercial vehicles, the registration portion, and this is something I went over with the community peace officer, 11,794 is essentially anytime a registered weight comes into line for a commercial vehicle. So if anything, I would make that recommendation that we don't put it at 4,500, we put it to the actual commercial vehicle weight, because I think that's what it was more intended for. There is one other section on here that I don't have mentioned within the alternatives, but just from a deliberation standpoint, was McKechnie Avenue that runs just on the north end of Diamond City. Currently, right now, that was grandfathered in at 30 kilometers per hour because that was previous council direction. We were looking to move all the hamlets per this to 40 kilometers an hour. That would be a section that would fall outside of this as well. Now, for that section alone, going through the hamlet right now is currently listed at 30 kilometers an hour. As soon as it hits the railroad tracks and goes over to Agri-Pier, it is now at 50 kilometers an hour from the remainder of that section up to Agri-Pier.
Go ahead, John.
I can speak to that section of road. I've gotten correspondence and calls from a number of the residents in Diamond City that live on that would not be happy to see that raised to 40. Would their understanding of the way the bylaw is set is that it would be grandfathered in at 30 kilometers an hour, and I would suggest that that stay there. There's a number of acreages on that, and it's a relatively narrow road heading up to the railroad track, and the reason for it being 30 kilometers an hour is because of the narrowness and the proximity to acreages and children playing on that road.
Go ahead, Klaus.
And just to comment on that same one there, and I think the reason why is that Agri-Pier is there and that we direct all the milk trucks to go on that road, and I think that was the reason why we put it on 30 a number of years ago.
Okay, just to be clear for that one, we're posting it at 30 kilometers an hour. We're not putting it as a playground zone or a school zone, because I've heard that a similar comment where it's children at play, and I say roadways are not intended for children playing.
Right. But that is a grandfather, that is.
Yes, and
current
it is
speed
contained
limit.
within here in Schedule B. It is listed as 30 kilometers an hour for that section.
Okay. Good. Okay, thanks, Jeremy. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Eric.
The truck route, or the truck speed limit reduction, could you talk on a little bit of, from a infrastructure point of view, that is maintaining infrastructure by going at a lower speed? What's the mechanics behind that? Is there sufficient basis to suggest it?
There is, I mean, from an engineering standpoint, it's all about weight. It's not about essentially the speeds lots of those vehicles are traveling upon. I mean, condition of the roadways, in the case of a couple of these are, the South Iron Springs Road is a chip seal, plus it's a gravel segment through that area. The Sundial Road is an oiled section. So, I mean, for a lower speed on those sections for an oiled road is probably sometimes appropriate because they're not necessarily the best driving surface. They don't have a good smooth surface like a paved surface, but as far as the speed, the effective speed, it's not about the speed effect, it would be about the weight effect.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Jeremy, just on the McNally Road, I'm thinking, in the condition that's in, would it be not best to weight restrict it and give the two people on there who do have livestock a permit to use it? Rather than, I know it gets used a lot of people come up from Cardston Way to go to the auction market, and they come up to that 508 and across and straight up the McNally Road, when, of course, we're not looking.
Through the chair to Councillor Hickey, I appreciate that comment. We do have it scheduled for a capital upgrade for the first mile and a half section or 1 mile section, and then we have further further upgrades scheduled essentially for that portion. And that portion can be revisited at that time, essentially whether or not we want to have a change in speed limit at that time. I mean, my recommendation would be you either set it at 50 for all vehicles or you set it at 80 or allow 80 for all vehicles.
Actually, no, I was meaning, could you restrict the weight of the road rather than so much the speed? Like, could you say, give the people who have the feedlots there, could you give them a permit to use it rather than have other people using it who really don't need to use it?
Through the chair to council directly, yes, completely. I mean, that falls within more of our road ban policy. And we do issue exemptions for all agricultural producers that are on any surfaces that are banned currently. For that roadway section, I'd have to look at I'd have to go back to my current list of what that one is currently banned at. But the weight, if it's not banned currently, it probably needs a 75% ban until it does get the capital upgrade, because it is seeing more severe damage occurring, especially on the southmost portion of that roadway. But as far as an exemption, yes, I mean, for ag producers, when they are on banned road surfaces, we do issue exemptions to each of those. So there's not we just call it landlocked permits.
Would you like to see, sorry, what was the, what does that fall within, Jeremy? Is there a bylaw, sorry, or what does that fall within?
Yes, we have a road ban bylaw.
Would it be prudent then to maybe have that come back to council then and have that discussion then, Lauren? Would you like to see that?
I probably would be a good idea to learn a little more about all the road banned roads like that. Just see if is that something that works quite well, or is it more of trouble for you guys to issue permits, or how does it, like, I'm not sure how that works.
And the only reason I say that, Lauren, is if that's a discussion we'd like to have, I'd like to see a motion that maybe we direct administration to bring that forward then, and then we can have those discussions.
Sure, I would be willing to make that motion if
Awesome.
you'd like.
Please.
I would make a motion to have administration bring forward I guess a landlocked road ban type information packet. Would that be sufficient?
If we bring the bylaw forward and have that
Yeah.
discussion, yeah.
Excellent. Yes, no, I can do that.
Okay. Candace, do you have? Okay, Lauren has moved to direct administration to bring forward that bylaw and have that discussion at a future council meeting. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak on? Yes, go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, looking at the truck limits, you're suggesting that we raise the weight from 4,500 kilos to 11,794 kilos.
If you're to remain it as a grandfathered one, I would say just changing that weight would be the appropriate thing to do, because then that makes it in conjunction with commercial vehicles. The 4,500 is just kind of like a random number that was established at the time for essentially a 10-ton vehicle.
I think my 1 ton weighs near that now.
Is there any more questions or comments pertaining to the speed limit bylaw for Jeremy? Go ahead, John.
So if we're to entertain second and third reading on this with a change of the weight limit to 11,794, procedurally, what do we need to do?
I
Just
would
make
suggest move it as amended.
Okay. All right, and that note, I would like to move that bylaw 22-018 speed limit bylaw be read a second time as amended to increase the weight for commercial vehicles to 11,794 kilograms.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is kind of the definition of a commercial vehicle? Is that just strictly by weight or not by license plate type, right? It's like,
It's typically by, I mean, if you register the weight specifically at this amount, then it essentially falls in that commercial vehicle range, and it has to be a stickered vehicle. So it has to go through annual inspections, commercial vehicle inspections.
well, the reason I asked, I guess, was because a lot of farm vehicles are higher weight than that.
And a farm vehicle isn't technically a commercial vehicle.
Yeah.
If it's plated with a farm
Kind of is,
sticker.
but it isn't really,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to follow the same procedure.
No, it does not, but if it is on the highway, or if it is on any kind of roadway, it would essentially fall into the realm of being considered a commercial vehicle and fall.
If it weighs over that, the number that we're proposing, correct?
Correct, yeah.
John?
The Highway Traffic Act defines a commercial vehicle as a vehicle that is registered with a commercial plate that has a specific weight capacity associated with it. So that, in that essence, you know, a grain trucker or a farm stock hauler would be considered a commercial vehicle.
Go ahead, Klaus.
I'm not quite sure that is correct, because I think the Highway Act, I think, do they also, like the farm vehicles and stuff like that, do they also have special license for them, or is that?
Is David here?
Pardon me? Or is that different for them, for the highway, for the Alberta Transportation? Because we have all the farm vehicles are all exempt from the weight restriction. They can go 100%. So how does that work with Alberta Transportation? Are they on the same level as we are, or do they have different rules?
And maybe we just pause on that for a sec. Jeremy's gonna go grab David, and maybe he can shed a little light on from his perspective. Other Jeremy, sorry.
Okay. Like, I hear my name whispered, and I'm like, am I supposed to be
Go ahead,
going
John.
somewhere?
And just one other comment on that. We're not talking about weight restriction on this. We're talking about speeds. So we're basically talking about vehicles that exceed a certain kilogram are restricted to a certain speed. So, you know, maybe we're getting into the weeds a little bit with, is this a commercial vehicle or a farm vehicle? I mean, if I'd be willing to amend my amendment to suggest that any vehicle over 11,794 kilograms be restricted to the lower speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I agree. I think, especially since we're gonna bring back some information on the road ban bylaw, and provide more of a synopsis essentially on that. We are essentially crossing over into, we're talking about, this is the speed limit bylaw, we're talking about weights in some regards. Now, specifically in the one bylaw that we did pass previously, is it did have this 4,500 kgs listed in it for these 4 specific roadways as a truck maximum. And that's essentially what I'm asking for direction on. Are we going to leave those remaining as a truck maximum roadway at 50 kilometers per hour? And hence, then we have to sign that appropriately. Or are we just going to revert it back to 80 kilometers an hour for all vehicles? The weight portion does kind of put a bit of a, why are we talking about weights in a speed limit bylaw? But it is essentially trying to designate commercial vehicles. Now, I do have the expert next to me now.
In that sense, it's really just talking about the size of the vehicle, not necessarily whether it's a commercial vehicle or a non-commercial vehicle. It's just strictly about the size.
Lauren, did you? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're, if the comment of speed is not detrimental to our roadway life expectancy or infrastructure, surface conditions should be taken into account by the individual user. Our gravel roads are not always 80-kilometer gravel roads. Sometimes they're 50 based on condition. I'd say then let them go to 80. I was under the impression that speed was a contributing factor to roadway destruction. In the case that it isn't, then I'd look at 80K and say use their judgment under that when the surface doesn't allow.
For just a point of clarity on that one, for hard surfaces, speed does not necessarily factor on it. You might have a rippling effect at intersections if the material at the intersections is not necessarily of the highest quality, or if the pavement is substandard. But the majority of the speed concerns we have are on gravel roadways, and that's mostly just the wear and tear of, gripping tires essentially on roadways, creating washboard instances and so on. It's not, it doesn't translate to hard surfaces as much.
So, then if those parts are out, then there's no reason to be looking at limiting the truck speed, I believe, in this bylaw, and it also allows our signage to be simpler.
Does dust play a role in this? Was that part of the dust or road width? Were those a consideration? I'm just thinking of the cut across road on 8-0 from 845 to Highway 4. There's a number of acreages around that corner, and I believe that one, I don't see it listed here, but I believe it does have a speed limit for trucks, right? I believe it just says trucks though, right? It's not a weight, is it? Truck speed limit 50 or? Yeah. Or is it everything? Okay. So could that play a role in that? Maybe I agree with what Eric's saying about the degradation of the surface, but was that a consideration at all then in some of these?
Not really, on that regard. I mean, the more tires you have on any gravel roadway, the more it's going to create dust. So, I mean, if it's heavy, if you got lots of heavy trucks on it, it's going to create that much more dust. If you have lighter commercial traffic, it's going to still create a gripping and a dust creation, but it's not necessarily going to, make it as worse of a situation as a tandem or something, or a tractor to that extent. Now, if there is one there that in particular, I mean, I did a very extensive review through our GIS information on what some of these speeds were. If there is a township road, I know which section you're speaking of, that township road 8280 bypass essentially. If that one is listed at 50 kilometers an hour as a gravel road surface, then we should have that contained within this bylaw as well.
David, I don't want to take up any of your time. We were just going back and forth around one of the notes here for consideration. An alternative weight would be 11,794 in conjunction with the registered weight for a commercial vehicle was how we started the discussion. And then I think we just had a little bit of differing opinion on did that include a farm vehicle as opposed to commercial. But I think what we've all come to now is just that we should be focusing just on that weight regardless of what the vehicle is. Could you maybe shed a little light on that from your perspective?
Yeah, so the 4,500, and Jeremy and I discussed this, the 4,500 kilograms, so any vehicle that's used outside of passenger use vehicle, like going grocery shopping or vacations. So if you use that vehicle for any other purpose than that, it has to be registered as a commercial vehicle. Now, a lot of pickup trucks carrying bobcats, landscapers, those vehicles are often registered more than 4,500 kilograms. Well, it's the intent to slow them down. Not really. So the number where 11,794 comes out of is any of those vehicles have to have an annual inspection done at a CVIP shop. And those vehicles are usually captured then in your manure trucks or like Super Bs, those types of vehicles. And I think that was the intent at the time to slow those vehicles down. So any of the manure trucks, any of those types of vehicles, they would be registered for way more than 11,794. So that's where that magic number comes from.
John, I had you first if you'd like.
Yeah, I was just gonna comment about larger trucks and speed with dust. My personal experience is that the faster you go, the more dust you do generate, and you push it higher up at a lower speed, the dust stays quite a bit lower, and it is significantly limited by a lower speed amount, so.
Plus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, the ones that you were talking about that have a trailer behind them with the hoe on there or anything like that, are they all supposed to be, and that are over that weight limit, are they all registered as commercials? Do they have to officially?
Yeah, they all have to be registered as a commercial vehicle. Like even any of your, those guys that deliver parcels out in a county, like in a minivan, they have to be registered as a commercial vehicle because it's commercial, it's not passenger use. So.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Quick one here. The dust comment, I don't think fits into this for the most part when we're talking about oiled roadways and hard surface roadways. These roads aren't dusty.
Sorry, I was just, like I said, I was thinking of that one example that I'm familiar with,
Yeah,
yes.
so those ones, I believe there can be exceptions to the two specific instances where there's a safety concern. But on this issue, I think we either gotta decide, do we let it go up to speed or not? And, dust isn't part of it, and roadway surface isn't part of it, so we're running out of things.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we're talking about here over the last 15 minutes is 3 sections of road that are 6.4 kilometers long, 4.8, and 10 kilometers long. So in the large scheme of things, these are just 3 roads that have been previously grandfathered. My understanding of our last meeting is that any road that had a lower speed that was grandfathered was going to be grandfathered in. The only discussion that we really are looking at here is whether we should increase the weight from 4,500 kilos to 11,794 to align it more into the heavy traffic. I think we are spending a lot of time on sort of discussing and getting into the weeds about commercial traffic and that, but these are 3 small roads that have been previously grandfathered, and I think that the speeds there should remain the same as per our prior discussions.
Morris? Warren,
Yeah,
after that?
thank you, Mr. Chairman, I realize, we were talking about certain roads in the county, but going to have weight restrictions and speed restrictions, but I just wanted to make or have it make it clear the majority of our roads, like gravel roads and the haul roads, they're still going to be at 80, right?
80 unless otherwise posted. So unless it's,
Yeah, that's what I just said.
yep.
Lauren, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a very short comment. I think 80 kilometers an hour is the maximum posted speed limit when ideal conditions exist. So I think it's your responsibility as a driver to adhere to the road conditions, whatever they happen to be.
So you did make a motion, correct? So there is John has made the motion to move the, yeah, go ahead, John.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bylaw 22-018, speed limit bylaw be read a second time as amended to increase the weight on those 3 roads to 11,794 kilograms from 4,500 kilograms.
Thank you, John. Jeremy?
Just one comment, or sorry, not comment. Yeah, the 4 sections of roadway.
Yeah.
Okay, and Township Road 80, that bypass roadway, do we want that established as a gravel roadway at 50 kilometers per hour?
If that's what, yeah, again, keeping it
Okay.
consistent with what it is now.
Okay.
Okay, was there anything else that we needed to address, Jeremy, as far as amendments go at this point in time?
Those are all the specifics there. I just wanted to,
We've clarified
that 50 to 80 truck maximum.
The McKechnie piece falls under the grandfathered, so we're good there? Okay.
Correct, yep.
Any further discussion? John has moved the bylaw 22-08 speed limit bylaw be read a second time as amended. I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Third reading. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bylaw 22-018, speed limit bylaw, be read a 3rd time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved that bylaw 22-018 speed limit bylaw be read a 3rd time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you, David. We have about
Thank you,
5 minutes
council.
till our public hearing, so why don't we take a brief recess and we will reconvene at 10 a.m. Thank you, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order at 10:02 a.m. this morning. Next up on our agenda, we have item E, public hearings for 10 a.m. So with that, we will recess the regular meeting. We are here today to hold the public hearing for Bylaw 23-005, Lethbridge County and Town of Coaldale Intermunicipal Development Plan. I would ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Lauren.
So moved. I would like to make a motion to open a bylaw, the public hearing for bylaw 22-005, Lethbridge County and Town of Coaldale Intermunicipal Development Plan, public hearing.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved to open the public hearing. Any further discussion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. The public hearing for Bylaw 23-005 is now officially open. With that, I will now ask the Supervisor of Planning and Development to review the nature of the hearing and provide an overview of what is being proposed. And with that, I will throw to Hillary Jansen. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. I'm pleased today to present the final draft of the Lethbridge County and Town of Coaldale Intermunicipal Development Plan. As we are aware, the Municipal Government Act requires that any municipalities that have a common boundary have an intermunicipal development plan that addresses matters related to land use and there's some specific requirements that are supposed to be in that as per the MGA. The Town of Coaldale and the Lethbridge County currently have an IDP, Intermunicipal Development Plan, that was approved in 2010. In 2021, it was determined that this IDP needed to be more substantially reviewed. We did a minor amendment in 2020 to address the annexation, but given the age of the original document, it was determined that we needed to bring this intermunicipal development plan up to date so that it was in compliance with provincial regulations, addressed current agreements between the town and the county and practices between both the town and the county, and land use perspectives that have been ongoing. And we currently have a very positive relationship with the town, and so it seemed fitting that we would address these land use matters at this time. The Intermunicipal Development Plan revisions process began last year in March of 22. And the town and the county committee met 4 times over the course of the year to review the plan with the county and town administration. The document was it wasn't outsourced to a third-party agency for the drafting of the document. It was all done internally by staff here at Lethbridge County and the town of Coaldale. And we did use the Old Man River Regional Services Commission for the mapping component, as they have the resources available to do that in a very efficient and cost-effective manner. We did do various forms of public engagement with regards to this particular plan. We started off with a kickoff after we had met with the committee members with a letter to all the affected landowners within the plan area. So this included all the landowners in the area you see hatched in orange on the screen in the county, and it also included the landowners that were adjacent to the town adjacent to that boundary within the town. In total, there was about 700 letters that were sent out collectively by the town and the county, and this kind of provided the information with regards to the intent of the plan, and also it directed people to the website on both the town and the county side, where all the information would be detailed out. So the draft plans, the draft maps, the plan area. It allowed people the opportunity to provide comments on that page. And so over the course of the whole project, that's where the information was sent to, and people could register and get updates as they came up. And we've used that particular website on other projects, and it's been fairly successful. We did have an open house on November the 24th for the public at the Coaldale Community Center. The open house was well received with 20 town and county residents attending. There were some concerns with regards to the expanded plan boundary and questions with regards to the change of the zoning in Lethbridge County from rural agriculture to rural urban fringe in the expansion area. The draft plan was posted to both the town and county's websites. We didn't receive any formal feedback on the website, but we did take those comments that we received at the open house to the committee and deliberated the merits of those comments and whether or not we would make changes to the plan. In reviewing the plan area and the feedback from the open house, the committee approved the draft plan as presented with no changes to the policies or the defined plan area. The plan area has a 1 mile area around the town, which will be rezoned, or portions of it will be rezoned from rural agriculture to rural urban fringe, thus recognizing that interface between the rural and urban environments. Both the town and the county will regularly communicate on developments within the plan area, including those adjacent to the county within the town. So it's a reciprocal document. It's not just the county has concessions. There is requirements on both sides. And as I mentioned, we've been working very closely with the town on land use matters in the recent years. So this is just a continuation of that relationship. This draft plan does provide a good framework for addressing land use in the fringe area between municipalities, including the referral and dispute resolution processes, land use policies related to agriculture, industry, and residential developments, and transportation and road networks. Road networks are important in terms of connectivity between the two municipalities, or maybe even making sure that we don't have through traffic that might cause some concerns on either side of the boundary. With regards to the circulation, so once the draft plan was approved by the committee members, the draft plan was circulated out to external agencies, including Alberta Transportation, the Irrigation District, Alberta Health Services, ACO Gas, TC Energy, which has some pipeline networks in the area, and the Natural Resources Conservation Board. The NRCB was the only one who provided comments where there was some, required some thought with regards to how if we wanted to make some changes moving forward. I did include all of the comments in the agenda package for County Council to look at collectively. All the other comments that we received from the other agencies we felt were covered off in the plan or were just best planning practices. For instance, Alberta Health Services provided a lot of information on community development or neighborhood development, which is really good information, but that's going to be dealt with more at the finer grained applications for, say, an area structure plan on either the town or the county side. So really good comments, not necessarily something you embed into a high-level strategic document like an intermunicipal development plan. The same would go with the ACO Gas comments. They had some good comments with regards to setbacks and things like that, and proximity to pipelines. Those are things that would come up at that when you're looking at a finer grain of development. But back to the NRCB comments, they had some really specific comments with regards to the policies within section 5.3. And so in reviewing that administratively with the town of Coaldale staff, the main gist that we got from the NRCB comments is that it was a bit too broad for them in terms of the expansion factor within the plan area. So no new confined feeding operations are allowed within the plan area. That's set, that's fine. But there is an opportunity that both the committee members felt was reasonable, and other municipalities have had the same thought, that expansions could be acceptable if they, modernized, created environmental efficiencies, and that's what we have in other plans. But the NRCB in their comments felt that it was a little bit too open-ended. What did that mean in terms of an expansion? Did it give them carte blanche to go ahead and just approve any expansion? So what we did, and for council's consideration, is that we amended one section, 5.3.10, to have an expansion that would be no more than a 10% increase in the existing animal numbers. That was felt to be a reasonable balance, so that somebody could do improvements, say to a dairy barn, chicken barn. I don't think there was any chicken barns in there, where they might be able to expand, but they would have some opportunity to, yeah.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just speaking on that, is the NRCB bound to oblige and go with the 10%, or are they kind of like the electrical guys who said, no, well, yeah, it's okay, go ahead and do it, irregardless. So is there something that makes them stay to that 10%?
So they are bound to the county's municipal development plan in terms of direction, and through that to the intermunicipal development plan. So they do strongly, like, they still have the authority, but these policy statements, if they're clear, they will follow them. And that's what, in previous conversations with the NRCB, they've made that if the policy is clear and precise, they will follow that policy because they are bound to policy in the Agricultural and Operations Act.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that 10% that you're talking about, is that a one-time 10%, or is that after a couple of years, they're gonna do other modernization, are they allowed another 10%?
There
Is that
was no
clear?
limitation, Councillor Vanderveen through the chair, on the policy. We didn't say that that was a one-time deal. Somebody could come back in, a couple years later and say, oh, I'm doing another modernization. I want another 10%. That is something that could be anticipated. It really depends on the operator, right? We didn't want to limit it to a one-time. I mean, how would we reasonably do that? So we felt this was a good compromise that provided a limitation that the NRCB could, like, it's tangible. It's not, well, what's reasonable. This gave them something reasonable to work with. And like I said, this seemed to be a good compromise between the town staff felt that this was adequate at this point in time moving forward. In all honesty, we haven't seen a lot of expansions in these rural urban fringe areas, or even there is actually a feedlot within the town boundary. If you probably are aware of that one. There hasn't been a lot of opportunity for expansion because their perspectives change over time. They might not want to be as close to an urban setting, and eventually they might move into a different area. But we wanted to recognize that confined feeding operations, intensive livestock operations that are existing should be able to have an opportunity to do something with what they have already, and not that they're being shoved out of an area where they may have existed for 50, 60 years. So I hope that is clear, and discussion can definitely occur on that.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I think that that is for a person who wants to be more efficient and make some different deals. It doesn't shut him out from doing anything that he cannot continue to operate his operation the way he would want to. Yeah.
And I would just like to point out one example. It wasn't an expansion, but it was a consolidation of operations in the Colehurst area. There was an operator out there who they had two different locations and they wanted to put them together to modernize their facility. And it actually was in the IDP with Colehurst, the same policies, but not the specific. There was no expansion factor like the 10%. The NRCB actually didn't recognize the IDP at that time because it wasn't specifically in their legislation. And so that one actually got appealed to the review board. And the county supported the application, the town supported the application. In the end, the review board supported the application and advised, and it's now embedded in the NRCB practice that IDPs are valid, and the municipalities that have drafted these need to be addressed. And so we've covered our bases in our MDP, but also in the IDPs and working with the NRCB. So there's been a lot of clarity in the last year over how IDPs are handled with the NRCB, and we think we've made some big strides with them, and we're on the same page now again. So that's been really good. So with regards to that, that's the only amendment that we've proposed to the existing draft plan that wasn't previously vetted through the committee. With that, it did provide a limit with what expansion could be in terms of the number of animal units, thus addressing that concern expressed by the NRCB on that policy. With regards to the public hearing itself that we're holding today, we did advertise it in the 14th and 21st editions of the Sunny South News, and it was posted on the county's websites and the town's website. We didn't receive any feedback with regards to the proposed plan. There was nothing no further amendments that we would propose based off of any feedback. So with that, we have some options. We have recommended approval of the draft bylaw. as amended to reflect that one change. There are some options. County Council may choose to refuse the proposed intermunicipal development plan, which would probably send administration kind of back to the drawing board and the committee to do some additional discussions and review. County Council may refuse or amend the proposed amendments that I've brought forward to you today to that policy 5.3.10. Or County Council may postpone second reading of the bylaw until such time that the committee could discuss that specific change. If there was some need for that. I did send this through the town. They didn't receive any feedback from their committee members on that particular amendment, so we are taking that there's no challenge, there's no concerns from the Townsend on having that proposed amendment in there. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, for your discussion.
Thank you, Hillary. This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. I don't see any members of the public here, so I'll quickly go through this. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. You ask to refrain from asking questions to council. Intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations would start to council with the applicant. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions. Once again, seeing that we don't have anyone currently in the room, I will move down. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? Is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? And a third time, is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? If nothing further, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Lauren?
I would make motion to close public hearing for bylaw 23-005.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 23-005, Lethbridge County and Town of Coaldale Intermunicipal Development Plan. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We can resume our public meeting at 10:19 this morning, and I will open it up to council for any questions or discussion. Claus?
Then I will move that bylaw 23-005 be read a second time as amended.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved the recommendation that bylaw 23-005 be read a second time as amended.
As
Oh,
amended,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So Claus has moved the bylaw 23-005 be read a second time as amended. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And third reading. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 23-005 be read a third time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that bylaw 23-005 be read a third time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Hillary, for all the work that went into this, to Hillary and Steve and everyone at the town of Coaldale that worked with you on this, Coaldale's IDP committee and our IDP committee as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the town of Coaldale will be holding their public hearing, I do believe, at the end of March.
March 13th.
The public hearing's on, on March 13th, so,
Okay. Thank you very much, Hillary.
thank you.
Why don't we continue down on our agendas to F2, Administration. F2.1, Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation donation request. Larry, good morning.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. This request for a donation to the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation is something that has been before Council in past years. They are simply requesting a donation to help recognize and honor Lethbridge County veterans who have served our country. We are recommending today, Mr. Chairman, that Council approve a silver donation in the amount of $500 to this foundation. And the reasons are, again, simply that Lethbridge County has had several men and women from various parts of the county who have served the country. Donation will recognize and honor those brave veterans who made sacrifices and have served during times of great conflict. Just a tiny bit of background information about this organization. The Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation was formed by a retired military personnel over 18 years ago to honor those who have died in service representing Canada. Thousands of oak-framed and metal art memorials are on display in legions and public buildings, memorial halls, private businesses, and so on throughout Alberta. They serve as a testament to the high price paid for the rights and freedoms we all enjoy. The memorials that have been commissioned honor the fallen soldiers, and they now number over 50 for Lethbridge County specifically. The majority of those are actually proudly displayed by the Lethbridge branch of the Royal Canadian Legion. And of course, the alternative is to not support this. It's not a huge amount of money, and our recommendation, again, Mr. Chairman, is that $500 be donated towards this, with the funds being utilized from the councillor's discretionary reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I'd open up to council for any discussion. How would you like to proceed? Oh, geez, all of you. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that Lethbridge, that the County Council approve a silver donation in the amount of $500 to the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the recommendation the County Council approve a silver donation in the amount of $500 to the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many years we have been donating towards this?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Zeenstra. If I may, through the chair, to respond to your question, the county for sure has been donating this amount since at least 2019. So for the past 4 years, this year would be the 5th year. I don't recall if it was prior to that, if we were being requested and did donate, but definitely, as I say, for the past 4 years, this year being the 5th one, possibly longer.
Yeah, the reason I ask, like it says, $500, could we give it a consideration to go higher than $500, or is basically that's the way the policy is set up with contributions from council at $500?
You want to go ahead, Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing against going up, but do they need more with what they have right now to be able to do what they want with the money, or do they have sufficient money to do what they have to do?
Yeah, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through to Councillor Vanderveen's question, I must apologize. We didn't have any direct, verbal discussions or.
Candace has something.
Oh, there we go.
We're just the silver sponsor is just what we've done in the past, but there's a gold sponsor level of $1,000 and a platinum sponsor level of $2,500.
And if my memory serves correct, I think the last time this was around, we did have a discussion around this. I believe previously we were at a lower level and we moved up to silver, if my memory is correct. Does that sound right? Does that give you some context, Morris? Sorry, Larry.
No, fine.
So we do have a motion. Mark has moved, Mark has moved the recommendation that County Council approves the silver donation in the amount of $500 to the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation. Any further discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Larry. We'll move down.
Thank you.
F2.2, request for sponsorship, the Alberta Northwest Territories Command, Royal Canadian Legion Annual Military Service Recognition Book. Larry?
Yep. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. In a similar vein or theme to do with the Legion and veterans. So we received an email and supporting documents from the Alberta Northwest Territory, or North Territories, I don't think we call it NWT anymore, do we? Maybe part of it. Command Royal Legion Campaign Office requesting that the county purchase a quarter-page, full-color advertisement in their 16th Annual Military Service Recognition Book. The cost for this to the county would be $625. We are recommending that we support this, Mr. Chairman, and since its inception, the county has supported this initiative in the past. I'm not sure for how many years, but I know over the past few years, at least perhaps something similar to the last one, the last 5 years or so, perhaps longer. Maybe some councillors or other persons may have a better recollection on that than myself. But it is an annual publication that helps to identify and recognize many veterans of Alberta and the Northwest Territories who served the country. The Legion is honored to recognize these deserving citizens And the Military Service Recognition book is an appropriate and fitting tribute to the veterans and can be an invaluable resource to young people whose pride and character will be enhanced by learning about the important role that veterans have played, the Royal Canadian Legion, and the contributions of its members and supporters over the years. This year, thousands of copies will be distributed free of charge to all the Legion branches and advertisers, select schools, libraries, and will be available for anyone to view or print online. So again, good exposure, not that that's the point of it for Lethbridge County, but I think a worthy cause to support. Of course, council could consider a different rate or a different size, but this is what we've done, and it seems to have been well received and an appropriate contribution in the past, Mr. Chairman. Again, it would be a quarter-page, full-color advertisement for about $600 and a little bit of tax for a total of $625. Thanks.
Thank you, Larry.
Welcome.
I'd open up to council. Any discussion? Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. One, I'd like to support this motion as it stands. Maybe we'll do that, and then I'll speak on the other one. Thanks.
So, Eric, you'd like to move the recommendation?
Move the recommendation.
Okay. Eric's moved the recommendation that Lethbridge County purchase a quarter-page full-color advertisement in the 16th Annual Military Service Recognition Book at a cost of $625 with funds coming from the councillor's discretionary reserve. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if there's an appetite within council that we actually have a spreadsheet review of what we've donated annually, and that we can actually look at it and also see historic, a year or two back maybe, doesn't have to be long, and that we actually take a critical look. I think there's many things that come forward that are good causes. There's also many things that haven't come forward that are good causes, and that we actually take a critical look at it and maybe even develop a policy around how we handle these. Is there an appetite within council for that?
Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd agree with Eric. Just finding historically how we've, or what we've, provided support for, but also what kind of follow-up we've had from those organizations. If, each year we're just getting the letter, the request, then that's one thing. But if there's follow-ups, the appreciation or thank you, or even copies of the things like this that we see, it'd be good to see that. And then you're right down the road, the policy may be in order because we'll be getting more and more of these as, economic times are tight, everybody's looking for dollars and would be, so, no, I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to move that motion, make a motion that administration brings back a review of our councillor discretionary reserve, if you use historical and current habits.
Is that just pertaining to donations, Eric, or the reserve overall?
Well, donations is the key part. Oh, yes.
Go ahead, Jen.
Not all donations came out of the discretionary reserve, because there was at one time a council donation fund. So you may want to just say donations, I don't know if you want 5 years back or whatever the term is.
Councilor's donation history?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That covers it all.
Happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, so Eric has moved to direct administration to bring back a report highlighting council's donation history over the last 5 years.
Sure. As long as that's not too comprehensive for them.
Does that work, Jen? Does that work, Jen?
Yep.
Good, Candace? Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks, Eric. Moving down in our agendas, item F 2.3. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, council.
F 2.3, Truth and Reconciliation Advisory Committee Bylaw number 23-007. And we have Jennifer Place, our Director of Finance and Administration, presenting. Good morning, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I apologize. I have a bit of a cold, so I don't sound great, but I'll try to speak up. At the January 12th council meeting, a discussion was held regarding opening future council meetings with an Indigenous land acknowledgement statement. Reeve Campbell indicated that he had been asked why the county is not currently doing this, and noticed that most councils throughout the province do some form of acknowledgement within their municipality. As the discussion continued, it was decided that the next best step would be to create a committee that would work to provide feedback to council on items such as land acknowledgements and reconciliation actions that are appropriate and meaningful to the county's Indigenous neighbours and Indigenous community as a whole. Council then advised that administration to prepare a report initiating the development of such a committee. A bylaw to establish a Truth and Reconciliation Advisory Committee was developed per Section 145 of the Municipal Government Act, which states that a committee may pass bylaws in relation to the establishment and functions of a council committee and procedures of the same. There was also a resolution made at the January 12th meeting to create a committee of council and administration to move forward on a Truth and Reconciliation platform. I just provide some background on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. So in 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, which was established in 2008, released a report which included the recommendations of 94 calls to action in order to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the truth and reconciliation process across the country. I did include a copy of that with the report as well. Many of these calls to action are directly relevant to municipalities and may be considered by the proposed committee. If a county committee is established per the attached draft bylaw, committee members would then develop a terms of reference around these 94 calls to action and bring those recommendations forward to council for consideration and implementation. The proposed bylaw 23-007 has been structured using examples from various municipalities throughout the province, as well as one from Ontario. I also included, I won't read it aloud, but there is a statement that the county currently has included in their municipal development plan with regards to some land acknowledgement. The bylaw that has been drafted and proposed here, as mentioned, was based off of other communities and is really council's bylaw. So if, I guess the terms outlined within the bylaw are suggestions based off of our neighbors, and of course can be amended or changed based on whatever council's direction would be. I know that there was some members of the public included within this bylaw. I don't know if that's what council's aiming for or not, but that's what other communities have done, so I just included that as a reference point for council. Of course, I was drafting it, I won't say on the fly, but without having something previous to base it on, so that's why I borrowed from other communities. So council, of course, has the option to not pass the proposed committee bylaw. Then things would remain status quo with regards to how the county is currently recognizing truth and reconciliation. Con could be that it may be perceived that it doesn't show support to the Indigenous neighbors or community. And council could not pass a committee bylaw but still implement a land acknowledgement if that's their decision, which would provide that recognition and acknowledgement of the traditional lands on which Lethbridge County sits, with no further changes to operations with regards to how the current county is currently recognizing truth and reconciliation. And the con being that a land acknowledgement, while important, is only one piece of truth and reconciliation. And of course, there's no financial impact at this time to passing the bylaw. I also included, just for council information more than anything else, just was looking at, or through some of the research that I did, the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action were included, a guide that AUMA had put together, as well as what the City of Lethbridge had put together as a document.
Thank you very much, Jen. Appreciate the work that went into this. I think maybe I just, speaking for myself, I think that I've been maybe exposed to this a little bit since I've taken on this role as Reeve. I've had the opportunity to attend a number of ceremonies like Staff Sergeant Numan alluded to this morning, namings, blessings, been fortunate to be at the table with Chief Roy Fox from the Blood Reserve, Chief Troy Knowlton from the Pecani, and I think that there is tremendous opportunity that lies here in southern Alberta that transcends what we're talking about today. The Blood have a tremendous opportunity in front of them as far as agriculture goes, having their tremendous irrigation base, their processing capabilities and capacity. And I think if we look at our strategic plan and how it speaks to good governance, relationships, region, and prosperity, I think that there's tremendous opportunity in front of us. I think a big piece of that moving forward is this truth and reconciliation piece. Having said that, I think that having discussions with members of council, I think we want to make sure that we're all on board on this and that we all understand our role and what that role is. So how we move forward, I think we have a number of options in front of us. There is a proposed bylaw today. We do have that opportunity. If it is not of the appetite of council, I don't think that means that we are necessarily turning away from that. I think it just means that we're not there yet in our process. So if that is something that council would like to entertain, obviously other options, however council chooses to move forward, I would then open it up for any discussion and how council sees this moving forward. Mark, and then Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd first of all speak in support of the bylaw. I think it's a great educational opportunity for our council. The key point here is that it's an advisory committee. It's not a decision-making piece. That's just so we don't go into the weeds in that one. There's lots of research and things to be done, and I think it's a great opportunity given the fact that we're in our proximity to the Blood Reserves, which is the biggest reserve in Canada. And they're a neighbor, and as the Reeve has pointed out, with the agricultural potential and that, working with them, those of us that have sat on some other committees and worked with the Blood tribe, there's lots of positive opportunity to learn about each other. So I think it's a good learning thing both ways. It's not a one-way discussion. I think it's a working relationship, and I think this is a good start for us to strike this committee and just work through its organization structure and just bring recommendations or considerations forward to the council for the council to actually discuss and vote on.
Thanks, Mark. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too would support this motion or this thought. I think it's an excellent opportunity to have dialogue with our neighbors, and which we have not done a very good job of in the past, and to recognize a lot of factors that go into this. I do have a slight concern with the size of the proposed committee. I'm not too sure we need one quite that big, but other than that, I fully support it.
Thank you, Lauren. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of points on this. Resolution 18-2023 from our January meeting, it was moved by Councillor Hickey that we would form a committee of council and administration, and what's proposed to us here is significantly larger and a little bit more far-reaching than that. That said, I see value in having a good relationship with our Indigenous neighbors, as well as those that reside within the county. My question comes in more to the point of the resolution from the January meeting was to deal with land acknowledgement issue, and that was I viewed that as being a smaller committee of council and administration to come forward with some recommendations to council, appreciating that this is part of it, but it doesn't come to the point of what we were dealing with at that time, which was the land acknowledgement issue. I want to relay sorry, I'm going to go into the weeds here a little bit on this, but some of my personal experiences. In 2017, I happened to have the opportunity and the pleasure of working in Perth in Western Australia, and I landed there on what was a holiday Monday, and I had absolutely no idea what what the reasoning for it. Turns out it was Western Australia Days, which was a celebration of, similar to what we have for Canada Day. I was walking around the waterfront there, and there was an Indigenous musician playing the didgeridoo, and he was doing a very good job of it. And when he'd stopped, he'd spoke, and at the time, I realized that it was his job to open the ceremonies and welcome everybody. And when he spoke, some of the words that he said to me resounded very profoundly with me, and profoundly enough that I wrote them down right at the time. His words at that time were, "My ancestors walked these lands for thousands of years. It is our land. It is now your land too. We walk this land together hand in hand. Let's take care of it together and make it better for everybody." Those are very powerful words to me, and I think that they should be very powerful words to everybody in Canada as well, because it is a situation where we are all on this planet together, and we're all in this region together, and it aligns very well with what I continue to say with our municipal partners, is that our problems are all the same, and we're all here. We should be looking for ways to bridge relationships and work on problems together, as opposed to finding differences among ourselves. Let's find similarities. On a slightly different note, I was recently asked by the representative to represent the county at the Emperor of Japan's birthday celebrations here a couple weeks ago. At those celebrations, our Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Selma Lakani, brought greetings from the province, and during her speech, she made a Truth and Reconciliation acknowledgement that went something like this, and I apologize, I have to paraphrase because I didn't have anything there to write it down. But her land acknowledgement was, "In the true spirit of reconciliation, we recognize all those that call this land home now and for the thousands of years in the past, and may we all respect each other and find understanding together." So separate from the format of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, I would like to present and put forth to the council whether or not we have any desire to adopt a land recognition that would maybe take one or parts of those and use that as our recognition for within these county chambers for a land acknowledgement.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that speaks to the purpose of having this committee. I would take that comment that you just made. This is a perfect opportunity or perfect reason to have a committee like this. It would be something the committee could discuss, filter through, have discussions about, and bring it back, so that we're not trying to make a discussion, a decision right now at this point. So I think, again, that just speaks to the value of having this committee.
Any other discussion, thoughts? I guess what I'm hearing is, I would kind of tend to agree with what Mark said as far as the intent of the committee, but I'm also hearing that potentially, if we unpack this bylaw, there's a lot there, and I think, to John's point, considering what the intention, I believe, of the motion at the previous meeting was to strike that committee and what that committee looked like, this is a bit of a departure from that, and so, like I said, I want to do this right, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page on this. Once again, we have options before us. If we'd like to go away and maybe break down what that committee looks like, I would be supportive of that. As far as moving forward today, I could support it, but at the same time, I want to be respectful of everyone else and how they feel about this as well. And if that's a conversation we'd like to have, be open to that as well. Eric, and then Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The resolution that was passed and the discussion around it at the time, I don't feel it is contained in this document. And while I did not support the resolution, I must consider council as a whole and then the ultimate vote in there. And I don't feel that this is following the intent of what was discussed, and also that this is much larger than the intention. the intention was to discuss what we do for land acknowledgement and if we do. And so, yeah, I would not be able to support it as it is.
Thank you, Eric. Claus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I heard and I really appreciated John's presentation that he brought forward here and the land acknowledgement too that he had from the Governor General there. I thought that spoke very well to all of us here, I think, and looking in the future that way. So with that said, I would like to make a motion that we do not pass the committee bylaw, but still implement the land acknowledgement. And I would like to use the land acknowledgement as what John just brought forward.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the spirit of all our discussion, that is one way I could find myself supporting it.
Can you, yeah, maybe, yeah. How you, I guess, so I don't think you have to acknowledge the bylaw at all. If you don't support moving the bylaw today, I don't think we have to acknowledge that within the resolution. But if you'd like to move to accept a land acknowledgement.
Okay, then, yeah, then I will move that we accept or implement land acknowledgement. Would that be sufficient?
Would you like me to read it?
And can John read the one that he had there? Then we can do that at once, if everybody would agree with that.
I can't support that because I think it's important that we have a discussion on what that land acknowledgement is.
Okay, so then I will leave my motion at that we support implementing a land acknowledgement.
Okay.
So that's,
So do I get quite straight now, Claus? You're just wanting to implement a statement?
Specific one.
Not a specific one or a specific one? Like,
well, a specific one, and I think that is the one that we can probably discuss amongst ourselves, which one we want to have. I don't know if that's the proper procedure or.
Well, I don't want to get too far out, but there was a motion to strike a committee. So we have that motion before us. We have the bylaw, and now we have the potential of what I'm getting is potentially directing administration then clause to bring one forward for consideration, or how would you?
Yeah, I'd like to have the administration bring forward with the input from council.
Good, Mark.
So just to clarify here, if we made an amendment to the motion that's on the table, and the committee is made up of administration and 3 council members, period, that committee would do what you're just asking them to do.
Right.
So if we make that amendment to the motion that's on the table, then that can happen through this committee that'll be struck, which is which was the intent of Lauren's motion at our last meeting, was for the council and administration to deal with this, no other external. So if that smooths things over.
3?
Yes, just the 3
Okay.
council members and administration. So the amendment would be taking out the
Members at large.
2 members at large and the member of the, yeah.
So then maybe Claus, could you?
Amend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Okay, then basically we'll just go with the proposed bylaw, not the proposed bylaw, the recommendation that Lauren made on last meeting, and follow that we.
3 members of council?
3 members of council
And administration work to bring back
a land acknowledgement.
for council's consideration.
Mhm.
So the motion would be to strike a committee of council of 3 members of council and administration.
Are they amending the bylaw or not?
There's nothing about the bylaw. We're not touching the bylaw. The bylaw's not on the table. Yeah. To strike that committee and have them bring back a potential land acknowledgement for council's consideration. Yeah?
That's correct.
Do you got that, Candace? Does that work? Yes, okay. Larry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one further consideration council may want to ponder is naming those 3 committee members. And then we're established and, we're ready to go. It's just a matter of setting up some time with those three members and administration to work on that and prepare something for the near foreseeable future to bring back and present to council as a whole.
Thank you, Larry.
You're welcome.
Do we have any volunteers? Well, not all at once. How would we like to handle this? So,
I'd like to speak to that.
yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like to consider that as it was Lauren's motion, that he'd have a stance on it, and potentially two with differing viewpoints on for equal amount of discussion. So something like I could see Mark and John working on it.
Well, maybe I'd take a step back then. We do have a motion in the works here. Maybe, Claus, would you like to include 3 members in that motion, and then we can vote on that, and if it passes, then those are the 3 members. If not,
Do you want that all in that same motion?
well, I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
We have that.
I think we should go with the motion that we have before us and then establish the
Okay.
commission.
Okay, so Claus has moved to strike a committee of council, 3 members of council and administration to work towards bringing a land acknowledgement for Lethbridge County back for council's consideration. Okay, we'll deal with that first. Okay, any further discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now I would entertain another motion for the members of the committee. Mark.
Don't get to nominate yourself very often, but anyway, I would nominate Lauren, myself, and Klaus to be the 3 representatives for council in this committee.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mark has moved that the 3 members of the committee from council be Mark, Lauren, and Claus. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much, Larry. It
Thank
is
you.
10:54 right now. Why don't we take a short recess, and we will reconvene at 11 o'clock for item 2 under our delegations, the Link Pathway Council Resolution Review Phase 2. Back to order at 11:02 this morning, and we will move in our agendas under D, Delegations, Item 2, the Link Pathway Council Resolution Review, Phase 2. I realize this is an issue of great public interest, so just please ask that everyone in attendance be respectful. First off, we're going to kick off. I will throw to our interim CAO, Larry Randall. Larry's going to give a brief overview. We will then go to Peter Casurella for the Pathway Group's presentation for their delegation today, and then I will open it up to council as how we proceed from there. If everyone's in agreement, I will throw to you, Larry.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, council, and everyone who's taken the time out this morning to attend and who might be watching via live stream. So as the Reeve mentioned, I will go through my report here to provide some context and some historical background to how we got to March 2nd, 2023, today. Just looking at the report here, the executive summary, the report actually provides a recommendation to council, which is the job of administration, and a status update of the Link Pathway Committee's efforts to fulfill council's requirements before it will consider approving Phase 2 of the Link Pathway project, as was stated in a September 1st, 2022 council resolution. Very good. And our recommendation today, I'll just put this out up front and then carry on with it. Again, administration's job is to provide advice and recommendations to council. Our recommendation today is that Phase 2 of the Link Pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved. Now, with that recommendation, just for anyone watching and maybe aren't familiar with the process, it is just that. It is merely a recommendation from administration to council. Council has the authority and the ability, absolutely, to amend that recommendation, to defeat it, to adopt it, to postpone it, whatever council sees as whatever they see fit. So again, keep in mind that is merely a recommendation and, in effect, a starting point for council perhaps to consider the matter before them today. The reasons for that recommendation are that approving Phase 2 of the Link Pathway project, it strives to support regional economic, social, and recreational opportunities for the broader community, while also endeavoring to be sensitive to the concerns of those in the community who might be opposed to the project as it is currently proposed. Another reason for that recommendation is that in 2018, Lethbridge County generously contributed $150,000 towards the project. Just a little bit about the previous council direction and policy. Again, I refer to the September 1st, 2022 council meeting. Phase 1 of the project was approved, and that included approving the lawyer-reviewed Phase 1 memorandum of understanding between the three parties, again, Lethbridge County, SMRID, or St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee. At that meeting, this is very important, council also adopted a 9-point resolution, which is attached to the report today, outlining the requirements that must be met by the committee prior to having council consider whether or not to approve Phase 2 of the project. And a little bit later in my report, Mr. Chairman, I'll just walk through those 9 points and comment on each of them as to the status. On November 3rd, 2022, a motion at council to approve Phase 2 of the memorandum of understanding between the three parties was defeated. A little bit more background information here. The Regional Pathway Project was identified as a sub-regional initiative way back in 2012. So we're, 11 years ago. And that was included in the Integrated Development Strategy, which was adopted by the councils of Lethbridge County and the town of Coaldale. Phase 1 of the two-phase project, as noted, has already been approved by County Council. Phase 1 is a roughly 3.5 kilometer pathway leading from the town of Coaldale, kind of in a southwesterly direction, leaving from the town to Highway 12. It does not cross Highway 12. The approximately 11-kilometer Phase 2 proposed segment of the project would connect the pathway from the city's trail system near Henderson Lake, heading easterly through the county, passing under Highway 512, and then connecting to the Phase 1 section on the north side of Highway 512 that I just described. The Link Pathway Committee itself is a not-for-profit charitable organization. In 2021, they hired Progressive West Consulting to engage the public, identify the least objectionable pathway route, accommodate concerns of residents, and to present their findings to Lethbridge County Council to assist Council in making informed decisions. For ease of reference, there is an attached Vista Meadows Mitigation Strategies excerpt from Progressive West Consulting's May 2022 report on the Link Pathway, which attempts to address concerns of Vista Meadows residents. Progressive West's research on behalf of the Link Pathway Committee has been conducted. All the findings are available on the Link Pathway website, along with additional information about pathways generally. We know that County Council received approximately 25 emails from the public about the pathway in December. And then since that time, roughly, that I'm aware of at least, an additional 10 or so have been received this year. Most, though not all of the emails, express support for approval of the pathway. Support letters from the mayors of the City of Lethbridge and the town of Coaldale were also recently received and are attached to the public report on our website. Council members have also just informally indicated to me, I'm aware, that they have had conversations about the pathway many times with members of the public directly. The Phase 2 Memorandum of Understanding, as it stands, has been signed by the SMRID and the Link Pathway Society and is also attached for reference. It essentially mirrors the Phase 1 Memorandum of Understanding with respect to the terms, but obviously the route is different. It's the Phase 2 portion. A couple of alternatives have been identified for Council's consideration. Option 1, as I have noted in the recommendation earlier on, is that Phase 2 of the Link Pathway and the corresponding Memorandum of Understanding between the county, the SMRID, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved. Some advantages or pros to this, if you will, is that doing this would align with Council's governance, relationships, and region pillars in its strategic plan. It's also in line with the $150,000 contribution that Lethbridge County has already made to the project. And obviously will satisfy those who are in favor of the pathway, including the councils of Lethbridge, City of Lethbridge, and the town of Coaldale, who also have a stake in the project. The drawbacks or cons, if you will, to approving it as it stands, again, obviously, sort of the opposite of one of the points in the first part is, those who are opposed to the pathway as it is proposed will be disappointed, clearly. This will also require the installation of approximately 800 meters of guardrail on the west side of Range Road 21-1, locally known as the Howe Road, and this will require additional operational resources to clear snowdrifts. Option 2, opposite of option 1, deny approval of Phase 2 of the Link Pathway. The advantages or pros to this is clearly, again, pretty obvious, but it would satisfy those who are opposed to the project as it stands. Drawbacks is the matter of the Link Pathway would very likely be brought to council again in the near future, presuming that maybe something has changed from the status of the project as it is today. It would also, again, conversely to the opposite side of the coin, it'll simply disappoint those who would like to proceed with or like to see the project proceed, and would nullify much of the work done and the resources expended by and for the Link Pathway Committee. May also raise the question as to why the county contributed funds to the project in the past if it's not supporting the whole project at this time. With respect to financial impact, again, I've noted $150,000 from municipal reserve funds was contributed to the project in 2018. And Lethbridge County will be responsible for annual maintenance of the pathway, which will be further defined in the county's level of service documents and provision. Right now, the rough estimate for that is between $10,000 and $20,000 per year, dependent on annual budget allocations. And when we talk about maintenance in that case, it's not for capital replacement, it's more along the lines of routine maintenance, grass cutting, weed control, garbage removal, that sort of thing. Now, Mr. Chairman, I would like to, I referred to the 9-point resolution, and I think it's important for everyone to maybe just have the opportunity to consider this in a little bit more detail. So we're just going to pull it up on the screen here so everyone can see it, and then I'll just walk through them quickly. Thank you. Maybe everybody can't quite read that or see it. It's not terribly big. Maybe I can I? Yeah, make it a little bit larger there. For those of us whose eyes don't work quite as well as they once did, and now I've gone all the other way. How's that? There we go, a little bit bigger. Okay, so again, this is a council resolution that was made and adopted September 1st, 2022. As with all resolutions, they start with a whereas clause, and this one is, whereas Lethbridge County Council supports in principle the creation of a regional pathway through the municipality that may eventually link the town of Coaldale and the city of Lethbridge. But in order to minimize risk to the county, several conditions must first be met by the Link Pathway Society before council will give its final approval for phase 1 of the project and for phase 2 at some time in the future. As we know, phase 1 has now been approved, so we're looking at phase 2 here today, or that's what's potentially being considered. So here's where the kind of real crux of the resolution stands, and it's in the resolved clauses. Again, there are 9. The first resolved clause is that written agreements with all landowners, including the SMRID, granting permission for the pathway to run through their property along the phase 1 route and for phase 2 at some time in the future, must be completed. Administration's comments to that, Mr. Chairman and Council, and everyone else who's listening, are that signed easements are in place for Green Life Farms and Elk Creek Dairy Farms. There is a letter from Lethbridge College confirming they are committed to accommodating the passage of the pathway across lands leased by the province to them. There's also an email from Alberta Infrastructure approving the pathway route, and more recently, a support letter from the minister. There's an email from the federal government stating that the pathway project has been approved to proceed on the Lethbridge Research and Development property, and the paperwork for that has been completed, and we do have that on hand as well. The SMRID supports the pathway and has signed phase 2 of the MOU. That's how we address the first resolve clause. The second resolve clause is that written confirmation from the City of Lethbridge that they are committed to constructing the pathway that will connect the city pathway network must be provided before approval of phase 2 can be considered. And again, Mr. Chairman, there's a letter of support from the city from 2016, and then more recently, December 15th, signed by the mayor, supporting the pathway that would link Coaldale and the city. The third resolved clause is that all roadway crossings be engineered and constructed to the satisfaction of the county before the pathway is open for public use. And I'll just stress that second part of that, before the pathway is open for public use, not before the pathway is approved, if indeed it ever gets approved, the phase 2 piece, that is. Well, phase 1 for that matter. So that has not yet been done, but again, it just needs to be done before opening for public use. The fourth resolve clause is that written permission from CP Rail must be given for the pathway to cross the railway before phase 2 can be considered. And Mr. Chairman, that was part of that resolution from September, because at that time, the pathway route was proposed to be required to cross the CP Rail line. That is no longer the case, and therefore, no new rail crossing is required, and in fact, no rail crossing whatsoever is required there. So in effect, our view is that that is an irrelevant resolves clause at this point, the number 4. Number 5, resolve that written permission from Alberta Transportation must be given for the pathway to cross their property before approval of Phase 2 can be considered. And this in particular relates to the proposed tunnel that would go under Highway 512 to link the west end of Phase 1 and the east end of the Phase 2 portion of the pathway, thereby making it a complete route from the town of Coaldale through Lethbridge County to the city of Lethbridge and vice versa. Our comments on that one, Mr. Chairman, are that a letter from Alberta Transportation has been received, and it states that final approval of the pathway underpass is subject to receipt of a formal development application and detailed site plan. Upon further consideration, there's really no point for the society to spend thousands of dollars for a tunnel under Highway 512 if, in the end, after they have done so, Council decided to not approve Phase 2. If, just as an example, Council were to approve Phase 2, it would then be up to Alberta Transportation to approve a tunnel via an application that the committee and the pathway folks would put forth to the province. If the province, that is Alberta Transportation, were to not approve a tunnel, well, even if Lethbridge County Council had approved Phase 2, there's no way that that tunnel's going to be built. There's no way the two portions of the pathway could be linked. So, you know, it's almost a chicken and an egg kind of situation, and I think Mr. Casurella in his presentation may be able to speak to that in a little bit more detail or answer any questions if there are on that. I'll move to the 6th of the 9 resolve clauses, that Lethbridge County be thoroughly involved throughout the planning development phase of the pathway. And, you know, in discussing it with our other senior team members, administration at Lethbridge County, we are involved. You know, we're not leading it, we're not driving it, but we certainly are involved. We have good two-way communication, and we are being kept informed and meeting, you know, regularly as required. The 7th resolve clause is a memorandum of understanding. It's much easier to say MOU than that mouthful. An MOU between Lethbridge County, SMRID, and the Link Pathway must be completed for Phase 1 and for Phase 2 at some time in the future. Again, Phase 1 has been done. The Phase 2 is in its draft form, has been signed by the other two parties, and is attached today. And again, I mentioned earlier, but I'll just reiterate, it essentially mirrors the Phase 1 terminology and conditions of that MOU, just refers to the different part of the route. The 8th resolution clause, or resolve clause, is that once these conditions, so the previous 7, have been fulfilled for Phase 1, Lethbridge County will consider approving construction of Phase 1 of the pathway through the county from the town of Coaldale to its terminus on the north side of Highway 512. That has occurred, that Phase 1 piece already approved by Council. And I'm sure everybody, including myself, will be happy to not hear my voice too much more here, as I'm on the final resolved clause. And that is that once conditions, or the conditions noted above, have been fulfilled for Phase 2, Lethbridge County will consider approving construction of Phase 2 of the pathway through the county from its terminus on the north side of Highway 512 to the city of Lethbridge. And I'll just point out as well, Mr. Chairman, today, you know, in considering whether to approve Phase 2, the Phase 2 Memorandum of Understanding, that is not asking for construction approval, because much design work still has to be done and approved by county administration and technical experts. But the request via the Phase 2 MOU would be to just, you know, approve the project to proceed and allow the appropriate parties to pursue the construction eventually and the approval thereof. So that would be my report, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not sure how you want to do it. If you want any questions now, or maybe it's appropriate to have Mr. Casurella perhaps fill in some blanks and touch on some other elements of that, and then, as you said at the onset, you know, turn it back to Council and go from there. So thank you, everyone, for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Larry. With that, I'd invite you forward Peter, if you'd like to step forward to the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Joining me today is Bernie Genswein. Bernie is a member of the Link Pathway Committee, one of the people employing me on this project to help them out. And he's also notably a resident of East Meadows who lives adjacent to the right-of-way on which the proposed pathway is set to go. As Larry mentioned in his presentation, we are here to address point number 7 on that list that he just reviewed, specifically the Memorandum of Understanding to get that signed as we pursue construction readiness through the additional steps that your administration would be looking over and reviewing before construction approval is given. It's just that high-level agreement in principle about the pathway, about the proposed right-of-way, and the higher-level issues that would govern the maintenance and operations of the pathway going forward. So why are we back today after November? Since November, we've done a few things. And we've come back after having done some work that was recommended that we do in the wake of the defeat by council in November as well. And since November, we've shortened the route of the entire length of the pathway by working with Minister Mike Ellis and Minister Nathan Newdorf to allow the pathway to go along the fence line for the Lethbridge jail there. And we've initiated a design challenge with a central pavilion with Lethbridge College, which would be located on infrastructure land that's leased by Lethbridge College. And we hope to eventually make into a 3-season event space located next to the irrigation display that could be a hub around which the agricultural industry in Southern Alberta gathers and celebrates different events, including on-site washrooms, a 3-season kitchen, and gas and electricity there as well. And we've also joined the Trans-Canada Trail System. So if this pathway is eventually built, it would be an official part of the Trans-Canada Trail System that is being extended across different areas of Canada as we speak. We've also secured grant application support as we work to seek more funding, particularly from the federal and provincial governments, from the organizations listed on this screen who've all written very strong letters of support for the project, highlighting its economic, social, and recreational benefits to the people of Southern Alberta, and specifically the people of Lethbridge County and the 2 communities that the pathway would connect. And so in November, what we heard as feedback from members of council and from administration after the presentation was that council had received negative feedback from the community members, but hadn't had a lot of calls from supporters talking about what the pathway meant to them and why they supported it. And we'd also heard concerns that we hadn't fully explored options to bypass the areas of concern near Vista Meadows, and that council and administration wanted us to look harder at alternate options to see if there's anything we could possibly do to find another way around. The Highway 512 right-of-way was very specifically mentioned by multiple people. Why aren't you using the 512 right-of-way repeatedly? And so we went back to specifically talk about that issue with Alberta Transportation. So what we did in response to the feedback we received in November, we reached out to our supporters. We've got an email list that's over 200 emails of people who've given us their email address and asked us to keep them updated about what's going on. We very specifically asked our supporters to respectfully convey their support to Lethbridge County Council, understanding that the job you guys do is hard. And happy to produce receipts about the need for people to communicate respectfully on that as well. We confirmed our in-person communications with property owners in the areas of concern, looking back over all of our documentation and mapping it out, making sure we had all of our facts right. The documentation from the consultations we did are very extensive, and the consultant who went around to talk to all of the people in person took notes, asked people that she talked to review the notes. It confirmed that it was what they actually said. And yeah, we looking back on it, the majority of the landowners in the area of concern are supportive or ambivalent. 9 were very supportive. 4 had conditional supports, which were reflected in some of our recommendations to the link pathway. And 7 didn't respond at all, despite repeated follow-ups and leave behinds at their doors. And then 3 were outright opposed to the project as well. And all of those reports are on our website or have been submitted to the council in the past. And we seriously revisited pathway options for rerouting within the constraints that we face. And by that I mean the only way we can get across 15 kilometers of farmland with a bike pathway is to work with the SMRID, who's been very accommodating, to use their right-of-way for the vast majority of the stretch. When we rerouted the project after the pushback a couple of years ago away from a lot of the other estates within Lethbridge County, we worked with the province and the feds to use publicly owned land to move the pathway away from those residences to reduce the impact on personal residences across Lethbridge County. But being constrained by the right-of-way of the irrigation canal there was few options for us to look at. We did go and talk to Alberta Transportation, and their carefully worded letter to us was, you are welcome to apply to use the right-of-way, but we recommend that you do not. And that was underlined in the email that I got from them. So that was that. That was a very clear indication that they would not be supportive if we asked to put the pathway down that highway. It is a provincial highway, and safety concerns are of high note there. We can access the road system in Vista Meadows, we found out, if it is preferable to use public roads through the community rather than put the path behind people's properties. We specifically talked to Alberta Transportation about that piece of land in red there that they have bought up in preparation for the Highway 34 bypass. Their intent with that piece of land, even though they're not required to by law, is to eventually put a sound blocking berm there to reduce noise from the 4-lane highway that's proposed to go in, that we'll talk about a bit more coming forward. They said that we could use that piece of land in order to access the roads of Vista Meadows, but when they go to build the Highway 34 bypass, we would have to agree in writing to go away quietly. That's a hard condition to deal with, because we don't want to build a pathway that will last for 5 to 10 years. We want to build a pathway that will last for a generation and be enjoyable by the people of Lethbridge County and Coaldale and Lethbridge for that generation as well. And when we originally looked at this, we thought, well, this is a good solution. I mean, people already ride their bikes and walk their dogs, and they drive their cars on the roads throughout Vista Meadows. But when we talk to the people who we know in Vista Meadows, the supporters of the pathway, who we have regular communications with, there was a lot of hesitancy. And it shouldn't have been a surprise in hindsight, looking back at the feedback we received, because a lot of people were supportive of the pathway coming past their community, but they didn't want a picnic shelter there. They didn't want benches there. They didn't want people to stop. They wanted things to be fenced in. They wanted bollards so nobody could get their cars in. They don't want people to come there and park in the community and use the pathway. They like having the amenity there, but they didn't want the extra traffic straight through their community. And so ultimately that was we probably have less support for this, particularly when strong supporters of the pathway itself are against this. And Bernie, did you want to talk further about that particular issue?
Yeah, I can. Back in, I think it was 2019, the Pathway Committee did an open house at the lake where they proposed or introduced the idea of possible. Oh, sorry, I can lean in closer. Where the, looks like it's on. The Pathway Committee introduced the idea of having the parking lot by the lake where people would come park and get on the pathway at the halfway point. There was an overwhelming opposition to that. And so the pathway, has always been very sort of respectful of opposition and working towards the best solution to minimize negative impacts on the development, for sure. So they said, okay, everybody's opposed, we'll take it off the table. And so as we've been going along in proposing the pathway, the option 1 were yellow, they've also tried to engage the homeowners and work collaboratively. I mean, obviously, if you don't want it and you're saying no, well, there's no real room to work. But the people that are supportive or even ambivalent, like if you have some ideas, the committee is willing to listen. Later on in the presentation, you'll see some ideas where they've agreed to fence the entire length of the pathway, putting up visual barriers and also planting trees. There's an actual side benefit to that as well. When, like, my property is the one right on the end, I'm probably the biggest or the most impacted by the pathway of all the homeowners. I'll be the one that has to move when the Highway 34 comes right over my house. So when Alberta Transportation bought that lot highlighted in red, they're going to build the berm. When the highway goes through, if the pathway has planted trees and those trees get 5 to 10 years of growth, that's also going to be a benefit to the community of Vista Meadows for noise abatement from that project as well. So it's a side benefit. I won't even be there, but it's something I've considered, you know, for my fellow homeowners as a benefit to those that will remain after we leave. You know, so all along, the committee wants to provide a pathway that minimizes the negative impacts on the homeowners, but understands it's a regional development project, and the benefits are far greater than just what the impact might have on one localized community. I don't believe anybody in the development would want the pathway coming through the property, through the community, because as they've already stated, not wanting a parking lot by the lake, the community could actually come out and park in various places in the community if they could access the pathway in the way that Peter had shown with the second option. And also at the last committee meeting, you know, there were some comments saying that the majority of homeowners in the development don't support the project. And I was here at that meeting and I thought to myself, well, I've had a completely different experience. Whereas, you know, when I talk to people there, the majority do support it or are kind of saying, yeah, it's fine if it's there or not, you know, ambivalence. But ultimately, that's just sort of my opinion or someone else's opinion. But as Peter mentioned, you know, you have to support your argument. And so we do have the public consultations and the record of opinions of the fellow homeowners, where it does appear from the data that 3 of the entire development are opposed, which is a big minority of the homeowners that are opposed. So,
Yeah.
and I can stop there.
So
Continue on.
Other routes using farmland going around Vista Meadows would involve impacting pivots, which just was a really hard non-starter for us, considering the other, given the other considerations on the table, as we'll discuss the why the yellow route is the best one. So, I mean, we've got the record of the direct people in Vista Meadows that we talked to. That's in the report. That's the record of the responses that we got when we did our consultations on the ground in Vista Meadows. The land that we're asking to use is owned directly by the SMRID in Lethbridge County. Construction's allowed. You have a legal opinion on file that says, yes, construction can be done there. The route doesn't ask cyclists, pedestrians to share the road with cars. It has that going for it. It doesn't bind us to obligations to Alberta Transportation and create more of an uphill fight to retain the pathway in the face of the eventual Highway 3-4 bypass. Basically, if we're there first and we haven't signed away our rights to stay there, we can negotiate with Alberta Transportation, work with them to go after infrastructure funding from the federal government, and make sure that there is a culvert, a tunnel, or a bike overpass, a pedestrian overpass there, so that the pathway stays in use. And importantly, and this one really nailed it for me personally when considering all of the options on the table, is on the yellow route, we have the room to actually mitigate the concerns of residents. If we're on the road, there's nothing we can do other than put up signs. If we're on that strip of green space, which is quite wide, we can talk to each of those individual people and say, okay, if this thing's going to be here, what would you specifically like to see? Is it trees? Is it a fence? What kind of fence? Is it a berm? Is it a wall? Let's look at the options that are going to protect you the most. And of course, the Highway 3-4 bypass is a major reality. You've probably all seen this map before, the eventual pie-in-the-sky Canamex bypass around the city of Lethbridge, which everybody thinks is just another 20 years away, and then in 20 years it's another 20 years away. But in talking with Alberta Transportation, the bypass, that southern route there between Highways 3 and 4, is a very imminent reality. And they specifically cited traffic counts on 43rd Street as the motivating factor behind driving that decision. When we tried to nail them to the wall and say when, they said no sooner than 5 years, no longer than 10. It's an imminent reality directly from the folks who work at Alberta Transportation, driven by traffic counts on 43rd Street. And this is the design map of where it's going. As Bernie said, his house is going to be bulldozed right along there. Now, AT bought up that extra lot beside him that was in red on the previous map that you saw. because they didn't want anybody to build there. But the houses in Vista Meadows are a far enough setback from the highway right-of-way that they don't have to do any mitigation strategies, but they have indicated to Bernie that they intend to put a berm there for sound blocking. Now, one of the advantages to the folks who live right on that end of Vista Meadows too is if we put the pathway there and we come to them and say, okay, what do you need to help you out, is that we can do things now that help protect their property values against this as well. We can put up the fences, we can put up the trees that will have 5 to 10 years of growth on them to make sure that they have privacy from sight lines, that make sure that they've got sound blocking, and they'll be in a better position, and it'll be at our expense, at the expense of the charity, not at their own expense, as they deal with what is an imminent reality. Additional considerations, and one of the reasons why we really want to get the MOU signed for the full route is grant considerations. We're applying right now for the Rural Transit Solutions Fund, which we can get up to $3 million, or 80% of the funding for the project. We've got the matching money in hand to make that actually happen. We're a really good fit, particularly now that we're part of the Trans-Canada Trail Network, like a really good fit for this. And if we lose this window, this application window, the project gets delayed by a year. We can probably go ahead and build phase 1. We've probably got enough money in the bank to just do that part of it, but it would be very nice to push this forward, obviously because doing things sooner is more efficient and it saves us a lot of money, it saves our donors a lot of money, that sort of thing. And we would lose a year basically if we have to push this down the road for a ways. So just a summary of some of the points here. We've tried very hard to find alternate routes to address concerns. From when this first came before you a couple of years ago, we've managed to limit adjacency to most of the residential properties throughout Lethbridge County. All of the San Mary's Estates area are no longer in play. The province and the feds, we've managed to pull on all the right strings and work with the right people to get permissions there. We've done a really good job of mitigating the impacts on private residents. We can't deviate far from the irrigation right-of-way because it's the only way we can get so far across country, straight through irrigated land with pivots everywhere. Over the past year and a half, we've moved mountains to mitigate our stakeholders' concerns. Finding that new route, which I just talked about that. We've found alternate roads which use public roads. However, more people would be in favor of the original proposed route in the area of concern. And the original proposed route has the advantages that we've reviewed, and we have room to do things on that proposed route to address the concerns of people. It might not be the result that they want, but we can actually do something to mitigate their concerns and help them out. And so our ask is to address that point number 7 on the list that Larry gave you in pursuance of construction readiness, which is to approve the revisions to the memorandum of understanding between the Corps of the link pathway, the SMRID, and Lethbridge County as submitted to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Bernie, for your time. Thank you for that presentation. As it was noted in the public agenda, Reeve and Council may or may not choose to allow members of the public in attendance at the meeting to briefly express their opinions about the pathway project. This is not a public hearing, and Council has no legal obligation to allow for public input at this meeting. It is entirely at their discretion. And as I'm sure many of you will recall, the last time the link pathway was before Council, we did choose that route. So if I refer again to Section 13.3 of our Council Procedure Bylaw, 13.3, no person shall address Council or otherwise speak aloud unless they have first obtained the floor from the presiding officer. Any Council member may appeal the presiding officer's decision, and the matter then may be put to a vote with the majority vote prevailing. 13.4, citizens in the viewing gallery during a Council meeting shall remain quiet and maintain order throughout the duration of the meeting, and shall not applaud or otherwise interrupt any speech or action of a member or any other person addressing Council. With that, I would open it up to discussion, open it up to Council for discussion as how they would like to proceed. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The opportunity to discuss this has been available for many months. I believe all the councillors have been readily available to be contacted in a variety of forms. We have opened it in the past, but I will not be supporting input from the floor today, as I believe that opportunity has been well extended previously.
Thank you, Eric. Did you have something more?
I would be in complete opposition to what Eric says. I think the people have taken the time to come here. They deserve to be heard.
Thank you, Lauren. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we all have ample opportunity that we had to put our input in there and the pros and cons, and council has read all the emails. We have heard all the everything from the public, what was necessary, and I think that with that all said, we heard last time we opened it up to the public, and I don't think we should be doing that this time.
Thank you, Klaus. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd agree. I think at this point, we have all the information the council requires to make this decision. I think in the November 3rd meeting, there was some confusion. I think it was premature for the committee to bring that proposal forward at that time. We hadn't received the letters of support from the city. We didn't have the MOU assigned. The county was the only one that had signed it. So I understand why they brought it forward at the time. There was constraints on them. So I appreciate the work that they've done in the interim and what you've brought forward. You've addressed all these concerns. So I don't see any value in having a list of people standing up and speaking to this. So I think we have all the information we need to make this decision based on sound information and the work that your committee has done. So thank you.
Any other comments from council? Seeing as that we do have it appears that we do have a differing opinions on how to move forward. I would then offer that we do open it up for public participation. Having seen that there is opposition to that, I think then we would move to a vote, and a majority vote of council will determine if we proceed. Is that correct, Larry?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yep.
So then, I would ask council to then vote. Are you in favor of proceeding and opening the meeting up for public participation? Those in favor? That's 3. Those opposed? We will not then open the meeting up for public participation. I would then open the floor up to council for any discussion, questions of those who's presented to this point. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I applaud your efforts in terms of what you're doing, and let me go on the record by firstly saying that I support this pathway. I still have concerns just in regards to the mitigation for Vista Meadows. And I appreciate and understand that it is 3 individuals. Can you bring up that alternate route there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you're looking at the orange route and your reasoning and discussions about dealing with having it go on to the surface streets of Vista Meadows versus the rear, I have a couple of comments on that. Number one, having room to mitigate any sound barrier or any issues, it wouldn't be necessary if you took that route, okay? Because you wouldn't need to have any mitigation efforts for the backyards that these people that you're basically going through. I appreciate and understand their concern of having a pathway on their back. I've spoken with a number of them, and they have indicated to me that they wouldn't have any concerns with it being through the surface streets. I would have no issue and could wholeheartedly support that if the orange route was the route that was chosen. I still have some significant reservations and appreciation and understanding for using the yellow route through there, simply because it doesn't address those people's concerns, and I think that they have very valid concerns.
Thank you, John. Any other members of council? Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a few questions for you, actually. I just might as well start on the west side. you're not crossing the railroad tracks, so you're starting in the industrial area, or whatever call it, where they're building a new college for it, or like how do people get across the railroad tracks to get to that part?
Yeah, because of the commitments that the city of Lethbridge has given to the project, we only need to get to the boundary. And previously, that involved connecting to the city of Lethbridge right where the rail line crosses 43rd. But since we realigned the route, we're going into WT Hill. And since this project was started, the city of Lethbridge has put in a pedestrian crossing out of WT Hill across Highway 3 at the north end of WT Hill. In the future, there is likely to be an additional pedestrian crossing from WT Hill into other parts of the city, connecting in with the pathways. And those are all being independently pursued by the city of Lethbridge. So the mandate for us to directly deal with CP to cross the rail line has been removed, and about $500,000 in expense taken off of the project costs.
Can I follow up? Oh, good, thank you. So then you talked about the Howe Road. You didn't talk about it, but Larry did, and the barrier that's necessary along the edge of the road there. Like, two questions there: who pays for it? And for winter maintenance to the county, it also makes it a bit of a liability for wind blowing over and making ice on the road. So it's pretty dangerous at times, just from the ice point. Like, how do you respond to that?
I respond by definitely throwing out the fact that I'm not an engineer. We're very well supported by MPE Engineering, who has made this their community give back project, and they would be in discussion about the engineering requirements for safety and proper setbacks, along with Devin Thiel at administration. I can defer the question to Devin if he's willing to speak to it.
Sure. Pardon me. The guardrail requirement was due to basically the proximity of the highway itself to where the pathway is going to be. So in order to mitigate that safety risk, a guardrail is required. However, it does pose other operational challenges, such as snow drifting. So that's kind of what Larry was trying to point out in his report. The guardrail is required from a safety perspective, but it does have implications on the county going forward.
And we would have paid for the guardrail. Maintenance would be part of the long-term MOU.
I didn't quite get the last part of that. Who's paying to put it in, and
We
who
would
looks
pay.
after it?
We would pay to put it in. The county would look after it as part of the maintenance.
I hope it's more successful than the picket fence on Highway 2. I guess then last time you talked about Highway 512 and how you couldn't go along it, but I see you have gone along it actually in several spots, 2 spots to be specific, and that's between 1 and 2 and 4 and 5. So what's the difference in the permission there versus the permission going the whole right away?
Yes, sir. The difference there is in the middle, right in the middle there, it's on private land. So Peter Boss, Green Life Farms, has allowed us to go on his land. That part of the fringe of the land is not productive farmland. There's an area where he's piled a bunch of fill and dirt and stuff like that, and his irrigated plot doesn't start for quite a ways back from the road. So we're on his land. On the other section, that's federal land, and we are within their fence line, using the federal land of the Federal Research Station, going along the right-of-way of the road, but well set back from the road. If we were to use Highway 512 for any of the other sections, we'd be having to go in the right-of-way, not being able to get permission from any of the private landowners.
And then when you get to Vista Meadows, we all know that that's a pretty low-lying area and subject to flooding. So what would be damage result to the pathway if they did have a major flood? And how would you mitigate those conditions?
Devin, do you have any thoughts on flood mitigation for pathways? Because once again, just not an engineer.
It would be similar to any, I guess, roadway that flooded over. If it soaks for an extended period of time, there may be some saturation of the subbase, which may cause some damage to the structure. I can't say for certain if this particular route is in a floodplain or not, or it would be impacted. But certainly if it was covered in water for an extended period, there would be some saturation of that subbase.
Well, I kind of hate to disagree with that, but we already know that it is in a floodplain because it's flooded many times, and times we have not received permission from Alberta Environment to pump the water off of it. So it is a bit of an issue. I guess the other part that really bothers me about this whole thing is the county is responsible for all maintenance moving forward. So does that mean that in 15 or 20 years' time, it needs to be repaved? Who pays for that?
Well, as the MOU stands, the county would assume maintenance of the project going forward. We did agree in discussions with administration that the Link Pathway Society would stay in existence as an existing charity, whether, you know, it, in whatever incarnation it has going forward. The Pathway Society would remain the owner of the pathway, although Lethbridge County would provide the maintenance of the facility. And the thought and hope is that the Link Pathway Society becomes a tool in the county's toolkit, in the toolkit of all three communities, either for pursuing future recreational opportunities and the development of other pathways, other places, or to do things like go after money that's available for nonprofits and charities that isn't necessarily available straight out of the pockets of the taxpayer through the administration, in order to do things like section replacement or upgrades or, you know, deferred maintenance or essential, like if something gets washed out by the flood, there's grant funding that an organization like the Link Pathway can go after in order to mitigate those costs to the taxpayer. I'm sure you've seen this happen in lots of other areas where the nonprofits that are community groups within Lethbridge County or other communities that you're aware of work together with town administration in order to get access to grant funding to maintain, upgrade, or build social infrastructure.
And my last two questions are this. You talked about the Highway 3-4 bypass road. So when it comes through, it's going to be right over top of you. How do you plan to, you know, how do you get by that little situation? Do you go underneath it, or how do you get across it?
Yeah, there's a few different ways to tackle that particular nut. Number one, we have a lot of political support, particularly if we're there first. Governments change, but this is a very good, feel-good project, and if we are there first, that's the best way to do things. Number two, there's a lot of other precedents for how you get across highways with bike pathways. Probably, I don't know, I have to defer to the engineers about costs, but you have the overhead option where you take off your bike and you walk up the stairs and go across and down the other side. Or since you're culverting the irrigation ditch anyways, the Link Pathway Society, once again operating as a nonprofit, goes and secures federal provincial grant funding to pair against Alberta Transportation's money to offset the cost of putting in a much larger culvert for which a pedestrian path can go underneath the highway there. Those are ways that we would address it.
And my very last question is this one. The westerly part of Vista Meadows, what right-of-way is that on? Is it on SMRD, or is it on county-owned land, or what is it?
I'd have to go and look back very clearly at the plats. Adam, do you happen to know?
Immediately to the west would be SMRD.
Okay.
Okay.
Mark and then
Just a quick question, just not to drag things down. Is this an all-season path? Like, I'm getting visions of, Jack Van Ryn, the mayor of Coaldale, with a snowplow at one end and Blaine Hagan at the other, and they're going to meet at Vista Meadows for coffee to clear the path because, and then it becomes a safety issue. Just kidding. But no, to me, that was the question I had. I mean, during the, when it's dry and bare, and I get that, but when there's snow and issues like that, is that the intent, or is it sort of see how things go?
Bernie, you've been around longer on the Pathway Committee. The experience I've had is the committee has never had the intent or the ask to Lethbridge County to maintain and snow clear the thing throughout the entire year. It's southern Alberta, we get snow. How do you mitigate risks? You put up signs. This pathway is not maintained during the winter. If you want to use it when there's ice and snow, it's at your own risk, that sort of thing. And yeah, that would be a fairly unreasonable ask upon the taxpayer to clear snow throughout the winter, particularly when it has a hard time staying on the ground as it is.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on that the Four Seasons pathway, we are in Kimberley quite often, and we go on the rail to trail there, and actually they use it as a cross country when the snow was there, and that's a really nice opportunity for people that love the cross country skiing. It's kind of a nice flat area to ski. So, but anyway, my other question that I had was that you proposed a new route now. So what are we going to be supporting here now? Is it going to be the one going through Vista Meadows or the one going on the north side?
well, what's changed here since the last time we were here is just this section right here along the jail line. Our initial conversations with infrastructure were basically like, yes, you can use our land, but you have to get permission from the jail if you want to go next to their fence line, and you have to get permission from our tenant, Lethbridge College. The jail did not at first want us to go there, so they recommended a route that went further to the south, added on about a kilometer. We worked with various ministers and politicians to go from the other way because it was very easy for administration at the jail to just say no without really engaging with the issues. And we now have the permission to put the pathway there, and Adam Spackman from Edwards Land is getting the proper paperwork all signed up for construction. What we've proposed here after reviewing various different routes is that the original route is still the best one. This is 15 kilometers. We've got away from all these folks down here in San Mary's Estate. You know, in an ideal world, there would have been a beautiful place that we could have threaded the pathway through that would have stayed away from everybody's private residence and not touched any of them. That's the only place on 15 kilometers worth of pathway through a fairly heavily occupied area where we're coming close to people's residences. And I appreciate John's points. I would put it to council that you don't just have to make one resolution. If you really want to revisit this, you could give us a conditional MOU today saying that we approve the route, except for this, and we're going to have further conversations. And that would allow us to carry on with all of our grant funding applications while further conversations and considerations are explored. It's my personal gut instinct, having worked on a lot of projects throughout Southern Alberta, that the yellow will ultimately be the best route when you talk to the vast majority of people. And there's always that Highway 3-4 bypass that comes back, and the fact that we can help out those 3 properties by planting trees now that will grow for 5 to 10 years at our expense.
Well, plus if the pathway gets disconnected when the 3-4 project comes in, I mean, what's the point of that?
Yeah.
Klaus, you had one more?
Yes, so having heard these discussions and the people that are the majority of the people are in favor of this. Personally, I'm very in favor of this because I really see it as an opportunity for people to, use this pathway for their bicycle and for their walking. I think it's an ideal opportunity, and I don't think we want to miss this opportunity. And so I think that what I'm going to do now is make a motion that Phase 2 of Link Pathway and correspondence corresponding with the Memorandum of Understanding between the Lethbridge County and the St. Mary's River Irrigation District and the Link Pathway Committee be approved.
Thank you, Klaus. Klaus has moved the recommendation. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The alternate route is a very viable option in my opinion. I find it the irony in it is how we can put 3 residents' discomfort against their rights being or their privacy being affected, and once it goes through the front yards of others, all of a sudden they have concerns as well. And that is now we're in a balancing act that, well, there's a few more people who have concerns because they actually don't want it in their front yards. However, it's public property. It's ready-made. It's very suitable. The irony is not lost on me that once it affects them, it has a different impact. If you look at that, I think actually right at the bottom of Chula Vista Close, if there's that much effort to do a mitigation plan, what about contacting the landowner directly south in his dry corner and running straight west till we tie back in? Consequently, our 3-4 bypass, now we were here first, and we are existing, and we don't have to sign that agreement with Alberta government that we are getting out of the way and that we will not hold any opposition. It looks overtly simplistic to me to just be like, yeah, it's a compromise. The pathway gets the pond access. It potentially what appears to be an asphalt path on the north side of the pond, or Shale path could be a paved path, so it's complementing those in the area. It is, it's mutually beneficial. And I have struggled with putting common good against personal privacy. And it has been very challenging to align myself with that, of where does common good trump those who are opposed. That's that point. Other point, mitigation. In the event that we end up with the yellow route, your mitigation plan looks amazing. We are bending over backwards. We are doing this, this, and that. Good. Now let's put it into an actual document that those who are affected have control over. Something like a trust. We are setting this side, this amount of money. We are prepared, because I've never heard a number put on this mitigation. What are we prepared? We are prepared for fences and for on and on. Very nice. What does that number look like? If it is a number, let's put it in a trust that those who are affected by it can access it and see what that looks like. Now, that is not the county's prerogative. We should not be involved in those decisions. That is not, I don't think it should be our holdup. I think it is very important, though, that the Pathway Society would consider something like that, as that in the conversations with those affected, I think it could help alleviate some of their concerns, that they have a guarantee that they must be addressed to go forward on this, and not potentially, you could say, rolled over. That, I guess, is the basis of it. I'd like to see the orange route and an actual ask to the landowner to the south. You save all the mitigation strategies, you save all that money, you can pay for the land, buy the land, figure out some sort of solution to that, and it's in the front yards, it's public property. We don't need a parking lot, we don't need any of those kind of things. Seems very simple. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I offer a point of clarification?
Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah. The piece of land to the south is also owned by Alberta Transportation. We looked at going around either way using the dry corners too. The same condition would be in place for us. That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much like Councillor Van Essen, the irony of the fact that running it through the front yard on the front streets garners more concerns about privacy than running it past the backyards of three people. I appreciate that may be an argument presented to us, but that is highly ironic. And when we're talking about making a change of route that actually runs on already established routes and public property. And so I would just like to reiterate that in my view, I can strongly support this if the orange route is the one that is adopted. In regards to the bypass for the Canamex, I think the same principle applies in the sense that, hey, we're here, and appreciating that we use political pressure to change the route on the jail. There's no reason that political pressure couldn't be utilized to continue that route, especially being as part of the Trans-Canada Trails network as well. And, to have Department of Highways say, well, yeah, I was there, but, we told them they'd have to go away. That, I can't see that being a palatable situation for them to be in at the time when they go to put that highway through.
Any other discussion from council? Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief comment. I support the yellow line. Like, we're looking through this at a pinhole right now. We're so hung up in this Vista Meadows area, and I get it. There's people that aren't going to be happy. There's people that are. But by moving the pathway to that orange, people are gonna be driving in and parking there, which is one of the things that Vista Meadow people didn't want. So that's a perfect opportunity to come and park your car in the road, jump on your bike and go. That yellow line keeps it separate, keeps the pathway to itself and away. And it does affect some landowners, and that's part of that piece. So, I supported this at the last motion, or the last time we reviewed this, but I think it makes more sense to just stay with that pathway. I know the committee's done a lot of work, done a research. You've worked with the community members. I've talked to community members, I've talked to the council that sits there. And I think, as Peter indicated, there'd be more opposition or pushback by switching to the road. So the whole intent is to have a pathway, not a, this isn't 7th Avenue in Lethbridge. This is a separate entity going through the county. So I'll leave it there, and we can move forward and vote on this motion.
Thank you, Mark. Any further discussion from council? Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support the pathway. I just think that perhaps this is not ideally the right spot to go through Vista Meadows. I think it would be much better suited to the south and go south of the blue line and cross the road there and go down the other side of the road. You'd sure save a lot of trouble if you went that way. So I really can't support it unless you kind of try and find another alternate route through that area.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to see this go through. I do, through and through. I think the intent is right, the project is right, and it has all the feel goods about it of having a nice product through southern Alberta. And I would hate to see it not pass over a hang-up of direction. At the core of this, I guess, myself and some councillors don't fully gather the amount of work that has gone into it to pick this route. And so I just struggle with that to say have you done full diligence? I know that sounds like we don't trust you. I don't trust you. That's bad, because you're the committee that's gone through all the work and done everything. I would absolutely support a MOU that gives us a second look today. I would support an MOU that has a mitigation strategy further implemented into it. I don't know how we would go about that on a short notice. I'm really going to struggle to support it on the yellow line today. And I also see that the holdup is not good, but a product does need to stand on its own merits before it gets pushed through or decided on. I'm not sure how to put it forward other than a two-part MOU, or like a MOU with an exception to it. Or if it's decided that we're going to take a full vote on it and risk another denial. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Go ahead, Peter.
I would put forward, I'd also hate to see it defeated on a question of this or that. An easy extra clause put onto the end of a motion that says, voting to approve the MOU as presented, accepting that the specific route through the Vista Meadows area be further discussed and decided on by council and administration before construction approval is granted. That would be an easy extra clause to put on if a majority of council wanted to go that way. That would perhaps give you comfort. And it would give me comfort too if a majority of council wouldn't support that. So.
Klaus?
But having that said, Peter, then we're going to come back to the same situation as we did in November, because you went to all of this work trying to make it work, because this was the struggle point that we had, and now it looks like you have a solution for that. And now if we go away from that, we're in the same boat as we were November 2nd.
Peter, and then Eric.
Yeah, there is a very real risk that, say this goes to community forum and discussion, and now you've got community members up in arms against each other, one side against the other, discussing it, and the conversation gets more bitter and more bitter. and all that. Yeah, I leave it up to your wisdom. These are your stakeholders, and we are willing to be as flexible as needed. The committee's been working on this for 8 years, and we're really close. This thing is almost ready to go, and it would be lovely to move ahead in one way or another.
Eric and then John, please.
I'll let John go, thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If it was a question of this route going or not going based on whether you took the yellow route or the orange route, how do you feel that your supporters would feel about the orange route?
I think that we take this back to everybody. Well, I know that if you polled again the entire community, there would be more people opposed to the orange route than the yellow route as a whole. So as several of you have stated, you'll either make these people mad or you'll make these people mad. Yeah.
Okay, and appreciating that, their concern is the traffic through their community. Ned?
Well, I don't think the spirit of the pathway was ever to, again, have a 7th Avenue, like it was a segregated pathway like all the other pathways around. To bring it through a community, safety concerns, all manner of things. If you go the yellow route, you segregate it with a fence and trees and stuff. You have that separation, you have that privacy. You honor sort of the spirit of these pathways, right?
So this brings us back to Councillor Van Essen's comment about the irony of this, is your suggestion about the pathway going through Vista Meadows creates concerns about the residents of Vista Meadows about the security and their privacy, yet the yellow route has the same concerns, just with a fewer number of people, but it's going through their backyard as opposed to their front yards.
Well,
on public roads versus an area that has been traditionally private in the background.
Would there not be an added element of security and privacy with a fence with privacy barriers and trees versus in the public lands with none of that?
Well, nobody has any expectation or indication of privacy on public roads. Anybody could drive through there and drive in.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody wanted to take their bike off the path and drive through Vista Meadows, there would be nothing stopping them from doing that. So in my thought process in my head, there shouldn't be an expectation of privacy in your front yard. Now, on streets, right?
I agree.
Okay. Where, having concerns about privacy in your backyard is something that is a legitimate concern. And I struggle with weighing that over the greater good of the entire pathway. And I appreciate that, the not in my backyard scenario is something that is always important that you have to deal with. But in this situation, there is a very simple and viable small change in the route that pulls it away from the detectors' backyards and puts it into everybody's front yard. So my question then still stands. Is this a hill that the pathway would be willing to die on if we said, look, if the orange route is the route, let's move forward. We've gotten overwhelming email supports for people wanting the pathway, okay? The orange route is a route that takes away and satisfies those individuals where it goes through their backyard and it pushes it through their front yard, where there isn't an expectation of privacy and where their quality of life in their backyard is not at all affected. And it is a simple change of a route versus just pushing it through and saying, hey, we're going here. Had there been no other available issue or route that you could go around on this, I would be much more comfortable in saying, look, I'm sorry, but this is what we have to do. But there is a very simple way around it. It's a very simple change in the route that addresses those concerns, and it would have my full support.
I realize so just to reiterate, we do have a motion on the floor. recommendation was made that Phase 2 of the link pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved. Claus has made that a motion. I believe everybody has had the opportunity to speak. I just want to be mindful of that. I don't want to curtail any of that. So if we could maybe perhaps draw towards that, I'd appreciate it.
I think I have a solution to that. I propose an amendment to the resolution that adds this decision on the Vista Meadows portion be, not exactly delayed, somehow.
Peter,
Yeah,
I believe
what you
have
said
something,
to it.
Peter.
If we then vote on that, even if you call it an unfriendly amendment, we will know where we stand.
Absolutely.
And it's a
Peter,
way to close it.
Peter, could you maybe just enlighten us with what
Do you
that
have the-
proposal was?
Do you have the motion available, like the current motion that's on the floor?
The current motion is that Phase 2 of the link pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved. That is the.
And so then a clause, like I suggested, could be accepting that the final route through the Vista Meadows section be later decided on by Lethbridge County Council and Administration, subject to any further conversations or considerations that may be relevant. Something to that effect.
I can go with that, thank you.
Properly wordsmithed by.
I'll have to listen to that.
I cannot support the amendment, because I think we're back at November 2nd again. And if we look at this realistically, they have come back with an alternative, and I think the alternative has had more support from the Vista Meadows population, and I think that we should go ahead with what is proposed here.
So as Eric alluded to, I think that, so you're prepared to move that?
Yes.
Move that amendment? So, I think the best way to then handle that is to call the question and sorry, go ahead, Larry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we just don't quite have the wording fully, and I think it's really important that we get it and read it word for word,
Thank
so
you.
everyone is understanding.
So the motion as presented, accepting that the specific routes in the Vista Meadows section be later determined by Lethbridge County Council and Administration following any relevant discussion of further considerations.
It's
Be later determined.
It's your motion.
Be later determined following any further discussions over relevant considerations. About, over.
Considerations.
Please.
Okay, I'll try to convey here. So there's, I believe, an amendment proposed to the main motion, and if that amendment is adopted by council, then there needs to be a second decision on the main motion as amended. Okay, so that, as it stands, the proposed amendment would make the main motion read that Phase 2 of the link pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved, accepting that the final route through the Vista Meadows section be later determined following any further discussions about relevant considerations. Maybe it needs a little tweaking there. I'm not sure we captured exactly what Councillor Van Essen was looking for.
It is contained there.
Okay.
Okay, so Eric has moved that amendment. Is there any discussion? Is there discussion? Is there any discussion on that amendment? Claus?
Well, I think that the Link Pathway Committee went out of their way to make an alternative route. If there would have been another route, they would have came up with that one. So now we're just delaying the whole process with this, trying to make an amendment to what the Link Pathway has brought forward here.
Thank you, Claus. John?
I concur with Klaus on that, in the sense that we're kind of delaying the thing. And I'm struggling with this, but I would like to move this forward and get this approved. But I would like to basically approve it based on the orange route.
So that's not what this amendment's about. This amendment is just about approving it, right? So that if it's based with this amendment and the motion that's on the table to approve it, that allows the committee to go ahead and start the process. So that's basically what we need. That's the key piece today, to have that done. The amendment would just be something to work on, and that piece would be pulled out, and then that doesn't hold up the project, right?
That's true.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment will have to come back here to be approved, though, that little portion, if it's passed as amended.
I won't support the amendment. Short and sweet. I will not support the amendment. Is there any further discussion? Could you please read the at least just the amendment flip back, please, Larry?
Certainly. So the amendment, in addition to the original portion of the main motion, is accepting that the final route through the Vista Meadows section be later determined following any further discussions about relevant considerations. Guess it's kind of loose and leaves it open. And just one question from an administrative perspective, Mr. Chairman, I think that may create confusion in the future if this were to be adopted. Is that further discussions with whom? Like, is that meant to be with the residents in Vista Meadows? Is it meant to be just internally?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ideally, I'm after is that I do not want it to fail, and this is a way that I see that we can get it through today without failing. And then in order to alleviate that, either concrete mitigation plans or a final route decide, either or, but it's, yeah, that was my thought process on it. So I think it can, the communication part will still be within council and most likely link pathway to make sure that we're reaching that.
Okay, I will call a question on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment? That's 3. Those opposed? The amendment is defeated. Now we go back to the original motion, the recommendation that Phase 2 of the link pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the link pathway committee be approved. May I? Yeah. As I haven't spoken on this yet, and in full and complete disclosure, I regret not speaking at the last meeting when this came forward. I voted, I didn't speak, and quite potentially that could have led to some of the discussion that happened today, realizing that we are a 7-person council and it was a 4-3 vote. I have a few thoughts. I'll try and keep it brief, just acknowledging how much time we spent on this already. I never thought the pathways and campgrounds would be some of the most contentious issues that I faced while my time on council. That is, however, has become the case. As has been noted, we've had very robust feedback from the public. Emails, phone calls, all appreciated, and I would say to a very great extent respectful and very well meant. So I appreciate that. I know it's easy when things like this become personal. I maybe will just pluck a few things from a couple of the emails and phone calls that I had. Some of the things that that stuck out to me. One of the emails suggested that there was an investment made in a county way of life. I think that begs the question, what is a county way of life? Is a group country residential subdivision county life? The subdivision in question is less than a half mile off a secondary highway between a city of 100,000 people and a town of 8,000. I would ask another question. Do the farmers farming the land adjacent to Vista Meadows feel impacted not by a pathway, but by the residential subdivision itself? Potential concerns over applying herbicides, pesticides, the inability to utilize spray planes, spreading manure, concerns around that. I think that we must acknowledge that what occupies our land today is much different from the past and that change is inevitable. I take significant issue with some of the language that was used around through Vista Meadows. I've seen that on numerous emails. As far as I see this issue, there's never been, until today, ironically, a path through Vista Meadows. The path was always proposed to be adjacent to Vista Meadows, to be situated on lands owned by the SMRID and Lethbridge County. A question was raised regarding there's no thought given to how this could impact our lives. I believe that that is an assumption. We're making an assumption that this will, in fact, impact lives. The group, the Link Pathway Group, feels that this will not negatively impact the lives of adjacent landowners, and some homeowners are assuming that it will certainly negatively impact their lives. Is it not possible that this pathway can in fact be just that, an innocuous, inanimate pathway that doesn't impact anyone's lives other than those utilizing the pathway? Ultimately, it is our role sitting here in front of you today as council to represent the county and do what's best for the municipality as a whole. We are charged with doing what is best for the county, and from our county code of conduct, devote time, thought, and attention to the duties of a councillor so the effective and knowledgeable decisions can be made of the citizens and the taxpayers. While it's very clear to me that some members of the county feel very strongly this is not in their best interest, I do believe it is in the best interest of the county to approve the MOU for Phase 2 of the Link Pathway. We have committed ourselves as council to being Canada's most innovative rural community. Our focus on good governance, relationships, region, and prosperity align with the vision of this project, and therefore, I will support it. To those of you that have tried to cast negative light on those who oppose the project, I would say this: tearing others down does not build you up. These are real people. People have a right to feel the way they do, a right to express themselves, and a right to be heard. We've taken your phone calls, read your emails, we've had you speak in council. While you disagree with individual councillors' support, while you may disagree with individual councillors' support for this project, it does not mean that they have not listened. We have listened, and I fully acknowledge that I will let some of you down today. I make no apologies for that. This is not an easy decision, but I will offer support to the motion. Is there any further discussion? John.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion to change the route through Vista Meadows to the orange route.
Okay, John has moved to change the route to accept the orange route through Vista Meadows. Is there any discussion on that proposed amendment to the main motion?
I think that brings us back to November 2nd again. I think that is the same stories that I've been saying over and over again. If we bring it back to the orange route, that's where we had the most opposition from everybody who opposed the bike pathway, the Link Pathway. So I think that's why the Link Pathway Committee came up with an alternative route. So I think in that view, I think if we're going to go away from that again, we're going to disappoint way more people than we are doing now.
And to follow that up, I will then have to change everything that I just said. I will not support the recommendation if the amendment succeeds. Is there any further discussion? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I do find it kind of interesting. I do recall a couple of years ago, we did receive a petition from Vista Meadows group of homeowners that had 70% rejection of this project. So I kind of don't know where exactly the tide has changed, and we have no formal indication other than that one. So I'm not sure, no matter which route you pick, it's going to be approved by everybody. Clearly, to me, the best route would be to go south of the blue line.
Candace, could you, or Larry, could you please read back the proposed amendment that John put forth?
Certainly. Excuse me. Move that Phase 2 of the Link Pathway and corresponding memorandum between the county, SMRID, and the Link Pathway be approved using the orange route through Vista Meadows as presented at the March 2nd, 2023 council meeting.
John, are you happy with that proposed amendment? If there's no further discussion, I will call the question on the proposed amendment. Those in favor? That's 4. That amendment carries. Okay, and then I will return us back to the original main motion that phase 2 of the link pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved. As amended with, could you please?
The orange route, essentially. It includes the orange route, Mr. Chairman, now.
I find this very curious in the sense that I don't believe we were asked to decide a route today. There has been, as much as we talk about public input, I find it very ironic this is the first we hear about this today, and we are being asked to support it and change the trajectory of an entire project. And like I said, I cannot support that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's where my amendment came in. I want this to go ahead. I've just through and through. I've had to support things that I don't fully understand or have comprehension of. And I'd like just evidence to say that no, the orange route will not work. I don't feel I have that, so I will have to support this on the orange route. I want it going through, and sorry.
Good, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're going way off track with this one, and I think it was inappropriate to come up with that last amendment, because I think what the link pathway had, we sent them away last time, November 2nd, to come with an alternative route, because that is what the people, the majority of the people wanted. So they came back with an alternative route, and now we're sitting there arguing that we want to go back to the original one. I think it's just ridiculous.
Okay, I will again reiterate, there is the main motion. We have voted on an amendment. That amendment carried, so we do have an amended motion on the floor. John?
Sorry, one final point. Councillor Vanderveen, the yellow route is the original route that was discussed back in our December meeting.
Just
possibly.
May I? Peter, can you answer?
Could you confirm?
Yeah, so the yellow route was the original route. I'm not really up on Robert's Rules of Orders as much as you all are. Amendments to amendments can be made, can't they? Friendly amendments particularly?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mark.
So to save this motion and the intent, instead of locking this committee into moving the pathway from yellow to orange, that would take us back to Eric's motion to say we review, the administration review it. And then that keeps that piece still flexible. There's still the opportunity to stay with the yellow, but to get that feedback that's being requested, and not basically this motion, the way it's presented, the amendment is saying that the route is going to be the orange one now, not the yellow one, which I have a huge problem with.
Yeah, a friendly amendment. The majority of council has expressed interest in the orange route. That probably needs to be preserved in the amendment. But you could add something on as a friendly amendment saying that, altering it to say something like the council prefers the orange route and will have subsequent discussion with administration to solidify its decisions.
Go ahead, John.
I wonder if our acting CAO could comment on the fact that that resolution was passed. Could it be withdrawn?
Yes. What really, whoever made the motion and whoever voted in favor of the amendment could move to have it reconsidered. And if that motion is carried, if a majority want to reconsider it, Then, once again, you vote on the motion as amended with the orange route and defeat it, presumably, and then you're back to the core motion that was presented initially. Is that confusing?
Yeah, it makes sense. So then we come back to the original motion.
You would. So if one of the council members who supported the amendment, just say move to reconsider, vote on that. If it's affirmative and more than 4 or more want to reconsider, then pretend none of that happened and vote on the amendment again and presumably defeat it. Because if 4 want to reconsider it, at least 4 would want to defeat it.
Eric?
It is not the route in this current amendment that is the hiccup. I cannot. Does that mean that if we were to rescind this amendment, we will be voting on the yellow pathway, and that is set in stone, and that is done?
Yes.
Okay, in the passing through with the project, to those who have opposed it and contacted me, and I feel I fought very hard for you, I am also putting the faith and trust into the Link Pathway Society to acknowledge these people and do your best for them. I will rescind my vote on the orange route. I will support the yellow route, the original pathway, but do your best for these people. Thank you.
So that would be a motion to reconsider?
Correct.
Yes.
The amendment.
The amendment. So now we have a motion to reconsider the amendment. Is there any discussion? So, please help me with this.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, just put the question, those who wish to reconsider the amendment to confirm the yellow route as the preferred route, vote in the affirmative. Those opposed to reconsidering that, vote in the negative.
We're just going, so essentially, if this were to pass, all I'm asking is to re-vote, essentially, on the amendment. Is that, to dumb that down, is that, no?
To rescind the amendment, we just have to
Sorry.
vote that we want the amendment rescinded.
Go ahead, Lauren.
So you technically, you have to vote, you have to put a motion forward to rescind the amended motion, and then you would have to vote on that, and then following that, you would have to propose another motion.
No, then you go back to the original one.
So what is?
You could, I guess.
Yeah.
So what is the question that I'm asking? That's all I need help with.
All those in favor of reconsidering the motion to approve the amendment to confirm the orange route, vote in favor of thinking about it again, having one more vote on it. Do you want to vote on it one more time? Yes, you do. If that passes, then do that. Vote on it one more time and
So we
dial
have a
it back.
motion to reconsider. Correct? Eric? All those in favor? 1, 2. Okay. That is carried. So now, we will move back to the amendment.
Correct.
The original.
No.
The original, there is no amendment.
There is no amendment anymore.
Oh, no, we have to vote on reconsidering the motion.
No, we just did that.
We just did that, so now I'm going to ask for a vote on the proposed amendment.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, could you please read back the amendment, Candace?
Not yet. No, they voted to reconsider.
We're doing it again.
Yeah. We do have it here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Yeah. So the amendment to the original main motion is that the Link Pathway Committee be approved using the orange route through Vista Meadows as presented at the March 2nd, 2023 meeting.
Thank you. So now you are being asked to vote on the amendment, which proposes taking the orange route as presented at today's council meeting. Clear? Okay. So the, sorry.
It's for the orange road.
Okay. Therefore, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the orange route? Those in favor? Those opposed? That is defeated. Therefore, we are now back to where we began, and we have the original recommendation that was moved by Claus, that Phase 2 of the link pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved. I'll call the question. Those in...
One last comment, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you for indulging me this one last time. To those residents of Vista Ridge who this pathway is ultimately going to be going through your backyards.
Adjacent to their
or
backyards.
adjacent, yes, adjacent to their backyards, to use the correct terminology. I appreciate and still appreciate where your concerns lie with that. And I hope let the record show that I've fought as hard as possible for you. But I do have to let you know that I, in good conscience, cannot not support this motion, because for the greater good of the county and for the greater good of the area, this pathway is something that that is hopefully when it gets done, is a shining example of cooperation between municipalities and a wonderful area for people to enjoy the recreational activities. But for those three people, I must apologize for disappointing you.
Thank you.
So basically, yeah.
Correct. So Claus has moved that Phase 2 of the link pathway and corresponding memorandum of understanding between Lethbridge County, St. Mary River Irrigation District, and the Link Pathway Committee be approved. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you, everyone, for your patience in allowing us to work through that. I apologize for my my running out of skills there. I do apologize. Thank you for everyone for all your input in this, and thank you. With that, I would move that we adjourn for lunch. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Did he?
Okay.
That's all right.
I bet. Weird, eh?
That's fine.
Well, why don't we start things off, and I'm sure he'll be back. You ready, Candace? Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 1:26 this afternoon. Thank you. And we will move in our agendas to F3, Community Services, F3.1, the Animal Control Bylaw 22-020. And I will throw it to you, Larry.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Council and everyone. As noted, we're now considering the Animal Control Bylaw 22-020. This has obviously been to Council a few times over the past, I think we're pushing on a year here, or the matter at least, of animal control. And the attached Animal Control Bylaw and survey results reflect the direction that Council provided to administration at the December 15th Council meeting. With respect to a recommendation today, Mr. Chairman, we didn't want to be, too presumptive, I guess, as administration, and make an interpretation of what the survey results tell us. So we're kind of leaving that to Council and ultimately looking for further direction, whether to read the bylaw, a second and perhaps a third time today, or amend it, or any other direction Council chooses to go. So again, back to December 15th, first reading was given to the bylaw, and the direction was that Lethbridge County go out to the community to consult, to get some input. So through our communications department, we did that, and we received quite a number of responses. I think it's somewhere down in my report here, but I believe it was 237 responses. Out of just over 10,000 people, you could say that's not very much, but in fact, it's pretty good from our perspective, and it was the second highest number of responses to a survey that we have experienced at Lethbridge County.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Chair. So you said of the 10,000, there were only
237.
But if you kind of figure how many people are in the hamlets itself, have you done that?
Not specifically, Councillor Zeenstra, but, good point. I mean, it was open.
Vanderveen, the other one.
Vanderveen, I'm sorry, yes. My apologies. Now I'm in hot water. Bail me out, guys.
Sorry, Larry. Please continue.
All good. My apologies. Thank you. Yes. But yeah, if we were to add up the number of people in our hamlets, which I don't know if anyone has an idea, is it 1,000 people?
About 1,000-ish. Yeah.
Okay.
So, arguably the bylaw would, impact people who live in the hamlets more than people who do not live in the hamlets but live elsewhere in the county. So this was all born out of a kind of a bylaw enforcement measure where there were some cattle on a property within a hamlet, and there was a complaint received again back last year, and again going way back, Council gave direction to administration to kind of investigate all that and review it and just see, if maybe there was some way to perhaps find a happy medium and accommodate the permission or, permitting some animals beyond cats and dogs in hamlets. So that's what the intention was here all along. I haven't included a whole lot of background here. Again, I think Council's fairly well versed and aware of the matter. We've presented a couple options here, and that one is simply to retain the current animal control bylaw from 2017. And what that would do would be to simply prohibit the keeping of non-domestic animals on any land parcels, regardless of size, within hamlets. Might be considered by some members in the community as being a little bit strict. On the positive side there, we haven't really had a whole lot of problems with the animal control bylaw since it was introduced just over 5 years ago. Another option here, of course, is to proceed with the changes to the animal control bylaw as they are currently in that bylaw at first reading. And that would allow for the keeping of animals in hamlets based on parcel size with a maximum limit of 5 animal units. One key component to that as well, and I think it was one of the messages that came out of the survey results, was that for properties under 1 acre, this would not grant them any opportunity to keep non-domestic animals. And there was, again, you know, I'm sure you've had a chance to review the survey results. That was, I think, one of the themes that came through, is that some at least felt that even with smaller than 1 acre properties within hamlets, they should maybe be allowed to have, you know, an allowance of animal units, whatever that might be. Keeping the bylaw, that is the amended bylaw as it currently stands, it preserves the existing animal control bylaw, but then adds that flexibility to allow some keeping of non-domestic animals up to 5 animal units, regulates the keeping of animals in hamlets and subdivisions in essentially an identical manner. The drawback to that is, again, looking at the survey results, we can see that some people, you know, simply don't want that. Others think it's the greatest idea since, you know, sliced bread, or the greatest consideration. So again, divergent opinions, and there are no direct financial impacts that we've identified specifically with this. And we do have that draft bylaw, the same bylaw that was presented back in, whenever it was, I'm sorry, last year there at least. We had the first reading December 15th, I think it was. And, you know, an option for council, of course, is to proceed and adopt that bylaw today again, or maybe look at some amendments or other changes they might feel worthy based on the survey results. And we have included those survey results towards the end of the report here. I'd like to think, I know I saw them. Yeah, we've got a couple bylaws, so yeah, there we go. So yeah, just broadly, Mr. Chairman, that's where we're at, and that's what we present to you, and we just throw it back to you, and ultimately hope for some, you know, further direction from council today. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
You're welcome.
Open it up to council for any questions you might have of Larry, or any discussion you might have. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When going through some of the comments on this, I noticed that there was a few comments, one or two anyway, sorry, not a few, just regarding keeping of animals on acreages less than 1 acre. And looking at the survey results, they're kind of pretty evenly split at 36.3% saying we've got it, we hit the nail on the head, and 38% saying it's too low. And I'm wondering about the comments about animal units on smaller acreages. Sorry, I gotta get my head around this. Would there be a potential of doing a fraction of an animal unit on smaller acreages? Like legislatively, could something be done to say, okay, well, you can't have a full animal unit, which would preclude something like a horse or a cow, but if you had a 0.5, that would allow 1 or 2 goats. And I don't know, you know, from an enforcement standpoint, whether that's even a possibility or whether that's a wise decision. I'm just throwing it out there and asking the question.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Curvis's question, I mean, in my mind, I think it's not entirely unreasonable to say, you know, perhaps a 0.5 animal unit in hamlets on parcels under 1 acre. When we look, it's up on the screen there and it's in your report, excuse me, if we look at what is equivalent to 1 animal unit, 1 horse, so obviously you can't quite have half a horse, so that one's not going to work, but 2 ostrich, I suppose you could have 1 ostrich, you know, and so on. 2 calves up to 1-year-old, I suppose that would allow 1 calf, you know, half an animal unit, and so on down the line, you know, just 50% of what that is in that list there. So, you know, again, unless any of my colleagues have any thoughts about that, I mean, it'd be maybe a little bit hard to administer, but not impossible, and I think it is doable.
Thanks, Larry. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is going to be really hard to try to, get everybody satisfied on this one. I think the only route that you could possibly do is like under 1 acre. Just do not let them have any large animals, because I think we can make quite the difference with the large animal and the small animal, because they would probably say that I would not like to see a cow there, but I would like to see a horse there, and the majority of the people probably would go that route. But other than that, to make it simple, I would probably just take large animals off of that one and let them have the small ones.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If we actually tried to set it up on the animal unit thing, I would say we'd have to cut it at like a quarter, and that way until there's something that's 3 or more. But that aside, we're addressing the intended, the root cause of why we are addressing this. Out of our commentary, there is talk of chickens and rabbits for furred animals or whatever. I forget how it was said. And I don't think there's any bylaw against rabbits right now anyway, to keep them from having them. So I would say we can consider chickens on a small scale, the same way that the urban hen program has. I believe there is there's some good evidence to support that they're really good for even the amount of garbage people get rid of. They have a way of getting that. So I don't know. I just see these small lots, and to have a goat in the backyard or a pig, and it could run into more than we were intending. So yeah, chickens is an acceptable use like a town, and let's treat the small lots like town, the big lots, and an acre is big. Like I have some monarch ones that are a 1/4 acre, and that's already a large one. Yeah, that's where I'd set a stand on it.
Thanks, Eric. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Larry, the 5 explanations you have underneath, like page, where does that start? Page 9, I think it is. It starts, or 8. Is that for hamlets or acreages or everything, or what do those definitions apply to?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm guessing I'm just looking at the exemptions and the prohibitions. So do they apply, is that just for hamlets or for acreages or group country resident, or is it for everything, or?
Either will back me up, but it's subdivisions and hamlets. Well, is it everybody? There you
There's
go.
no specific, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just out of curiosity for council, outside of this public survey, did council receive any substantial feedback on this? I think I had 2 calls, and I think it was just around having that discussion that Larry touched on, just that concern over having large livestock on very small parcels was the concern that I had heard.
I guess I had more of not a specific phone call, but more in talking with people in the area, general support.
Yeah. How would you like to proceed? Go ahead, Mark.
Just a comment, I know if we'd looked at having a minimum number of acres for having cattle, I mean, the whole issue, I think, was we had a piece that was 10 or 20 acres and there was 5 cows on it. I mean, we have 40 and the same, I get that. So to me, that's not as big an influence as, if we're saying, okay, you can have 0.99 acres, you can have this, and this, you can have this. But the issue that came up through this whole piece was land that was inside or bordering a hamlet or a village that wasn't right in it, but they still had animals there, which was not as big an influence as having. I just, part of me is looking at this thinking, was everybody gonna go and buy a bunch of 50 chickens and put them in their little backyard or something? Now, that's my fear in this, whereas the intent of this was to address those specifics or those actual cases where there's more than 5 or 10 acres that just happen to be on the edge of a village or a hamlet. And I think that's where we're going with this. So we might be going too far into the weeds Mind you, if you had 50 chickens in your backyard, you wouldn't have any weeds, so that's not an issue.
Go ahead, John.
Is there any provision if somebody did have a .99 acre parcel or smaller and wanted to keep, you know, 1 or 2 goats, that they could come in and apply for a variance?
Right.
Can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead, thanks.
Sorry, I was the original architect of the original bylaw, so there is no provision for permits or waivers of this particular type of bylaw because it's not in the land use bylaw. So it is kind of very black and white in that regard. So, and that way it lets people know that these are kind of the rules of engagement with regards to animal control. I would my suggestion, if council has an appetite for looking at those smaller parcels, and just keep in mind that smaller parcels mean a parcel as small as 5,000 square meters, 50 by 100 in a hamlet, that maybe that's something that you would want to look at on a kind of a separate basis, because there's a lot more consideration to allowing rabbits, goats, pigs, chickens on very small residential parcels. There is the urban hen programs, and I know Culverst has a bylaw with regards to chickens, specifically chickens, and they have limitations, and there's a permitting process to get them. So that's something I think you would want to have a little bit more oversight and discussion, and just for David's sake, mostly, because it'll be hard to manage from a bylaw enforcement perspective.
Sorry, my mic keeps turning off. I hit it twice. So if there was an appetite by our ratepayers to come to us and say, hey, we want a chicken or a brood hen bylaw put in place, that's something that they could approach us and we could address at a later date then. Okay.
That's what I would suggest to council.
Super. On that note, I'd like to just move forward with second and third reading.
Okay. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. 2 things. Moving forward, just as is, we don't address the hen thing.
Right.
Secondly, I'm on the Iron Springs GIS map, and are we actually, I don't know if you'd say solving, will our bylaw accomplish the original request? I only find 1 acreage at 0.4 and 1 at 1.
The bylaw does address that particular scenario, Councillor Van Essen, because it talks about contiguous parcels.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Contiguous parcels that are owned by the same person.
Okay, that makes sense.
So,
So yeah, for John's comment, I guess I'd like to move forward, but that we give a consideration for not exactly small animals, but why don't we just say hens? Keep it simple.
go ahead, John.
Can I offer a solution for that? If we did a minor change to the bylaw of acreage sizes .99 and under of .25 animal units, that would preclude all things except for chickens and ducks and turkeys, but it would be ducks, pheasants, geese, or similar fowl, and rabbits. And it would limit the number right down, like .25 would be 12 and a half chickens, or broiler chickens, 4 laying chickens. This is going to sound like a Christmas carol here right away. 2.5 ducks or turkeys. So it would take the animal units right down. So it would preclude anything with 4 legs and hooves.
I like that. Can we get Hillary's input on what she was talking about, large parcel sizes in town? Or you mentioned, we kind of have a large parcel designation. Is that right?
Not in the hamlets. In the hamlets, it's only hamlet residential. That's the only zone that we have. It's just that there are some larger holdings in hamlets. So.
Okay. Should we look at a minimum? Is there a point, or do we just say, you know what, this is just like town, and we give it town rules? And I'm okay with the quarter.
Could I maybe just put it back to administration on John's suggestion? Is there any input from administration on that potential of going to that quarter unit?
Sure, just to clarify to Councillor Kerwitz, so what you're saying is on that one chart that we have, 0 to that 0.99 acres, is that you would have 0.25 animal units, but only for pretty much birds.
Well, essentially, by eliminating it to 0.25, we would take out anyone on that list that has 2 or less, right? So, you know, the only things that would qualify in there would be the broiler chicken, 15 laying chickens, ducks, and rabbits, right? Even, it would take out the goats as well, because the goats you're allowed 3 per animal unit, right?
Yeah, from an administrative and bylaw enforcement perspective, I mean, I think it makes it easy from like just a bylaw to not have a separate bylaw to address chickens or hens or turkeys. And it does allow for some hamlets, and we know there are probably some chickens running around our hamlets already. We do get complaints from time to time, and we do handle them. But this would allow people that opportunity. It's just, it will probably add a little bit in terms of bylaw enforcement, because there's, you know, the ebb and flow of people saying, well, if I can have this, then I can have this. So, but I think it would be in council's, as a compromise, if you're seeing there were a lot of comments with regards to chickens in the hamlets, this might be a way to kind of usher that in, and then we could bring back, like in David and my reporting, we could bring back if we've had any issues with it, and that, if that's kind of a way to move forward.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm bringing one more thing forward that, like I've seen quite a few complaints of the rooster part. Because apparently a lot of people don't like being waked up as soon as the sun goes up in the summer. And I think that is the problem, because I think it sounds really nice when a rooster goes at it, but a lot of people don't want to be woken up that way. Do we want to like allow those chickens and then say, but no rooster?
I can comment on that. So 50 broiler chickens, well, they don't get old enough to really start making noise. And the other one is 15 layers, and so far roosters are laying.
So it's already.
They're precluded already. Never had a rooster lay.
We're learning so much today. So, John, you have moved second reading of bylaw 22-020. Would you care to amend that to that 2.25 for those 0 to 0.9?
Yeah. Sorry, small point of order. I didn't actually make a motion, but I can now.
Oh,
if you like.
okay.
Yeah, so I would like to move that bylaw 22-020, the animal control bylaw, be read a second time with an amendment for acreage parcels of 0.99 and under to have a allowable animal unit of 0.25. So 1/4, decimal 25.
Did we have first reading already?
We did. Yes. You're good, Candace? Okay.
You weren't here last time.
Is there, so John has moved, second reading of bylaw 22-020 as amended. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Would you like third reading today? Lauren? Okay. Lauren has moved third reading of bylaw 22-020. Is there any further discussion? Oh, yeah.
Do we want an amendment?
Okay. Lauren has moved third reading of bylaw 22-020. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Move down in our agendas. Item G, correspondence. G1, Gem of the West. Larry?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure, we, obviously didn't prepare a report to council, just a letter, as you can see there, addressed to the Reeve on behalf of the Gem of the West Museum, signed by their president, and they are requesting consideration of funding to just help their general operations. And they are, I guess, hinting at or implying / requesting that council maybe consider this in the light of the $10,000 that council gives to, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, 7 community associations, as well as the Prairie Tractor Museum, and kind of fitting them into that. And I guess that would increase the budget by $10,000 a year if council were to go that route. But at this point, it's just putting forth to you, and maybe some debate and perhaps direction, or however council sees fit.
Thank you, Larry. I've got Claus and then Mark.
Just a question. Are they within the county or are they in the town?
Town of Coaldale.
In the town. I think the amounts of funding that we made available were for all the hamlets and the community centers, stuff like that were in the county. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, as well as Prairie Tractor is in the county, right?
That's
So-
also in the county.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think that, we don't support, we don't provide money to Colehurst for their community center. We don't provide money to Pitcher Butte, so this would be a similar situation. I mean, the Gem of the West is a great facility, and that's, so, I mean, I think they're just reaching out like everybody else is, trying to find dollars wherever they can. So I think that the town of Coaldale that's probably their prime responsibility in this.
Thank you. As Larry noted, there isn't a recommendation. I would kind of echo what's been said. I think that in light of the fact that we do provide monies to similar facilities, but within the boundaries of the county, I understand why they made their request. Perhaps maybe if there was appetite to maybe have administration draft a letter, just maybe explaining that for the time being, it is our focus within our boundaries. If someone would like to make a motion to that effect. Go ahead, John.
I'd happily make that motion.
Okay.
Your wording is just fine.
Okay. You okay with that, Candace? Okay, so John has made a motion to direct administration to draft a letter to the Gem of the West Museum Society explaining the council's rationale for the decisions made in the past regarding community association funding. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Moving down, item 2 in our correspondence, FCSS All Councils Invitation 2023. Larry.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, the email, or actually the letter, I guess, was to CAOs, but they are inviting all of council to, and CAOs, I suppose, to their annual Barons Eureka Warner Family and Community Support Services All Councils meeting on April 5th to begin at 5:30, basically. 6 o'clock would be dinner, the Civic Square in Coaldale. I assume that's the new structure. And I don't know, probably most of council, maybe all of you have been to one of these before. I have had the opportunity myself, and I must say I was blown away a few years ago when I went, and I'm planning and intending to attend this night. The stories, from firsthand recipients of the amazing services this organization provides was really heartwarming and touching, honestly. It was quite amazing. And I imagine that, they're going to do some of that at this event as well. So maybe just turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, and council, and, however you want to proceed. But my thought is, any council members who might be available, it'd be a nice show of support. And again, I think if you've never had the opportunity, it's really quite something.
Thanks, Larry. Maybe I'll throw to you, Lauren.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. So that is the intent of that, is to have people who actually receive the services come up and give a brief detailed description of what they have and what good it's done them, and also the providers of the service will kind of talk about their departments and how they function. I've had lots of comments on the tax return system that they use, and people are really grateful for that one, because it's amazing how many people can't file their own tax and can't afford to go have it done somewhere. But they have to now send all the people to a Revenue Canada course before they can allow anybody to even talk to anybody to do it.
Thanks, Lauren. Perhaps, I guess, how would council like to proceed? Just maybe get back to Candace and confirm if you'd like to attend? Is that sufficient?
Just, I think maybe just note the March 24th response deadline. So we've got a 2 or 3 weeks here to, look at your schedules or whatever. But
okay, awesome. Thanks, Larry.
Great, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we can move down then. H1, County Council attendance update, January 2023. Start in Division 1. Lauren?
I attended the Economic Development Workshop. The audit committee, that was once a year you have to meet, twice a year you have to meet with them and go over the audit process and the questions and where the audit was done. And they asked Victoria a few questions. They always ask the Reeve or Mayor a few questions about the process. Irregularities. Other than that, Green Acres Finance meeting, I did get appointed to be new finance chair for Green Acres Foundation. And I think there's a little bit of crossover now between Green Acres and FCSS. I think that needs to be straightened out as to how the services are provided rather than the ideas that kind of floating around, I'll say, in a bigger city versus a smaller community. Funding for FCSS is distributed by the city alone, whereas FCS Paris or Eureka is, relies on requisitions, but also the funding they get from the provincial government, which we have nothing to do with. There seems to be a bit of a blurry spot in there as to who does what, and I think it needs to get straightened out. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. For Division 2, busy January. I would just maybe touch on a couple items. On the 19th of January, I did attend the State of the City address. Mayor Hagan addressed a room full of people at the Coast Hotel. It was very well attended and talked about some of the issues that are facing the city. Going forward, obviously very aware of some of the financial stresses facing the city and therefore the surrounding area, as well as the social issues that, again, impact all of us. I was appreciative of the invite from the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce to attend. It was great to hear that message, and I think overall everyone in the room was quite positive moving forward. Obviously some hurdles, but overall positive. Maybe on the 20th, I attended the CBC Lethbridge Bureau Launch Roundtable. So the CBC announced that they're going to launch a formal bureau here in Lethbridge. They did have a pop-up bureau for some time, but they will have a full-time person here in the city reporting on behalf of CBC. It was a great opportunity for community leaders, elected officials, Indigenous leaders and other community leaders to get together and kind of just have a frank discussion about what's going on in our area, some of the challenges, some of the opportunities. I thought it was a really positive meeting and really, quite honestly, it had very little to do with the CBC, just the members engaging. And I think there is some substantial appetite to work together and try and achieve some of those goals. Other than that, my list is available within the agenda, but I would close on that. And I would go to Division 3. Mark.
Thanks, Tori. Went through most of it. We all went together through here. The one at CAO Farewell Supper, that was great. It was really nice to just sit down and what they're supposed to and just have a visit and get to know each other further and just reach out with Anna Mike before she left. I went to the Coaldale Chamber of Commerce Awards dinner, so that was a great event. Recognized them, and it was held. It was one of the first events they had at the Civic Square. So the town of Coaldale is a local
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Highlights for my January were the ASB conference in Grand Prairie, which was a very good meeting. We got to connect with our municipalities all over the province and share some information and stories about what's working there, what's not working, what the challenges are, and a very valuable time to liaison with them and get some ideas on ways to move forward together. Other than that, the CAO farewell supper, it was wonderful to connect with Anne and wish her well on her new adventures and thank her for her time here.
Thanks, John. Division 5, Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The January 11 Audit Committee, that's interesting to get a better grip on the process and how things are dealt with, and also bring that peace of mind that of how they're handled. January 13, Foothills Little Bow Municipal Association, good event, good to communicate with the others around us, and also participate in resolution sessions that our interests and everyone's interests can be further brought forward. And then January 31st, Emergency Advisory Committee meeting. Also very good to see the level of thought and planning that the county has put forward in the event of a large-scale emergency. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Division 6, Claus?
Yeah, I think I can skip over to the Agriculture's Service Board Conference. Just like John said, we did have a great conference, and I think it was well worthwhile. And the two new people that attended with us, they really enjoyed the conference that we had there, and they said they learned a lot, and they were really excited of being part of the Alberta Service Board. And I think I sent a little flip to you guys for what kind of happened there, and a few pictures that we had with our agriculture minister. And we were a little late coming in, and I didn't get to talk to the other MLAs that was there. And then we had the SEWA meeting, and we had some great news that we're closer again to shovel in the ground. We found ourselves a partner. H said I, and I guess you guys all seen it in the paper and in the county papers, and I think Sunny South was also in, and Tori had some good words to say about that one as well. And I think we're all excited moving forward. And we just had a meeting last week, past Monday, and things are moving forward, and we're trying to work together with this partner of us and trying to get an MOU established. And so it's gonna take a little while. Unfortunately, the lawyers and everything present there again too, so it's gonna cost a little bit of money again. So we're not done with that, but we hope to have that all in place within half a year to a year. And looking at how long it took us to get the link pathway done, and that's just a pathway versus what we're doing with SEWA. I think we're pretty good on track of getting things done.
Thank you, Claus. Yeah. Division 7, Morris.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Or you want to report too? Okay. Economic Development Workshop on January 3rd, January 10th. Well, it was the 10th, I guess. Council, CEO, Council discussion, January 12th, that was council meeting. 13th, Foothills Little Bow. It was pretty good there. January 26th, the supper with our previous CEO. January 30th, we were in favor. I guess Tori was there too. No, actually, it turned out to be a pretty good meeting, I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Morris. Thank you for your reports, everyone. We can move down in our agenda now. Under H2, our 2023 FCM conference discussion. It's that time of year to get registrations in. Registration is opened. Larry, can I throw to you?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Back last fall, I think we have the date here, there was a resolution passed by council or a motion adopted by council that any member wishing to attend the FCM conference this year, it's in Toronto in late May, may do so. And that's totally fine. One thing, and just on behalf of administration generally, I apologize, and it's probably just something that most of us have, we have policies, but sometimes we, don't look at them all the time and forget. There is a little piece in the council remuneration policy, which is policy number 183, and it just says Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Reeve and Deputy Reeve to attend each year, 2 additional councillors to also attend each year, cannot attend consecutive years. Now again, whether that was known or, kind of out there when that motion was passed last fall, I'm not sure. I don't recall specifically, but in any event, my thought would be the motion kind of overrides the policy. It's council's policy. If council wants to, waive or supersede something within the policy, then that's council's prerogative to do so. So as it stands, all 7 members, have the green light to attend. We did check into some costs, and it's, it's a fairly costly event, and I don't know if we need to break down, but broadly speaking, including hotels, airfare, conference registration, and so on, we estimate it somewhere between $3,500 and $4,000 per individual to attend. So just throw that back to you. And one other point I'll just stress on that is, excuse me, it's very important that I think ideally if that can be worked out and decided today, because hotel rooms are disappearing quickly. And with that, the price only goes up per night. And, sort of time is of the essence here a little bit. Registration's been open, I think, for just over a week. And again, lots of things, including flights and what have you. Just everything gets tighter, the longer we wait to move forward and make some arrangements for people to attend. So,
Thank you, Larry.
thanks. You're welcome.
Hey, go ahead, Eric.
One, Larry, does that rate, that includes councillor remuneration, or is that on top of that as well yet?
Yeah. Oh, on top of that? Well, it was just an estimate, pardon me.
Are you talking about your per diem rates? Is that what you're?
Yeah, for going to FCM as well, like what it's actually costing the county.
On top of that.
On top of that.
On top of that, yeah.
Okay, and do we have the official date?
20.
May 25th to the 28th.
Okay, thank you.
However, having said that, because of the travel and the way they have the convention or the conference set up, you would have to go there on Wednesday, and they have their banquet on Sunday evening, so you can't fly home till Monday, so you're gone for 5 days.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
I was just going to say, when we made that motion, I kind of was questioning it because I think we need to be careful about blanketing, saying everybody can go. I mean, it's a feel-good thing, but there is a cost associated, and especially with this one. So that would be why that piece was in there. So I think, these bigger conventions that are away, we should look at just alternating so that at least all council members at some point get to go to one of these events.
Go ahead, Lauren, and then Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you were looking into booking flights, you might get a good deal from Porter right now.
Okay. Can note that. Can I just?
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think that, with having gone to FCM before, and it was very educational anyway, when I went, and so I would kind of suggest that the people that have never been to FCM yet have the opportunity to go, so that we can keep the costs down a little bit.
Well, and for your consideration, I don't intend on attending. 5 days at the end of May with a late spring just makes me a little nervous. Last year it was a little later and it was a 6-hour drive. But for me, that's something I'm just not quite comfortable with, so I won't plan on attending.
I was of the same mindset, but is this something that either the Reeve or Deputy Reeve should attend?
I guess that depends on whether or not you can get a meeting with the federal cabinet minister. Like, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
So it's worth a shot.
It's worth a shot to try and take a look at it, yeah.
I would say good luck with that, because it's the big cities that get to
Well,
usually have the favor amongst the
generally
MPs.
speaking, yeah, yeah. But we did get to meet with two of them the time we went to Ottawa the last time. So,
I was gonna say, given the fact that it is closer to Ottawa, being that it's in Toronto, there may be more of them that are there as opposed to like Regina. It was pretty slim in terms of the number of federal ministers that were there.
So I guess just sooner rather than later, we do need some.
Sooner would be best. Both the hotels that are close or connected to the convention center have been sold out. They were sold out within hours of the opening. All the other hotels in the block are a good 10 to 15-minute walk to the center. I don't think they're providing shuttles at this time, so you'll have to cab it or walk. Yeah, sooner than later.
Anything further on that?
So do we have a consensus that that Mark and Eric would attend if they wish?
I think so.
I strongly considering going. I really do need an hour after the meeting to make sure that this is, works with schedules and such. So,
Well, and given your absence, I wasn't planning on attending, assuming that you would attend, so I will attend them. So I will be a for sure.
Oh, I think so. I think that happens.
And they also have spouse programs, so if they want to, if she wants to be registered for anything, just let me know, we can get that done as well. Yeah. So let me know the details.
We'll have some,
You want me to go ahead?
Okay.
Well, we're gonna be together again tomorrow, so we'll have some answers for you tomorrow. Sorry, one last note on that. Go ahead, Dennis, are you able to just block rooms right now?
See, the problem with that is the way XCM does it is if you book rooms, you have to pay for one night. We can't refund them.
Okay.
So we're looking at $320 shot if anybody cancels. So I'm not gonna book them until I know they're going.
Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. Okay. Good. Okay, so we move down, item 3 under county council and committee updates. Federal government fertilizer application emission reductions in agriculture sector. Councilor Zeenstra, Morris, my understanding is you relayed this to,
Larry, and asked to have a discussion, so I would open the floor to yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, there's been, so far, you know, there's a lot of rattling coming from Ottawa down there that they want to see reduction in fertilizer use and certain chemical, or actually all chemical use and whatever down there, you know, and I'm somewhat opposed to that, and that's my thoughts on it, you know, and the reasons for that is, we as farmers, we're doing the best possible thing to grow an optimum crop for the people to feed the world, and for them to come up with something like that. Why would we abuse fertilizer use? And I guess it's not just on fertilizer, they also want to maybe step up to the plate that they're going to tell you how much manuring you can do, and you know, and I think it's I think we should maybe take a stand that we as a county, we very responsible when it comes to fertilizing and taking care of our farm business the best possible way we can, because it's environmentally sound for your own good. And I think we don't need no meddling from Ottawa in there. So there has been a few more municipalities, I guess, in the province down there. They feel the same way. And so I'm not sure if it would, if council would feel right about it, that we send a letter to Ottawa that we opposing these certain measurements they're dreaming of. That's basically my take on it,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks, Morris. I've got Claus and Mark. Go ahead, Mark. Or sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this has been out there for quite a while, and I think there's a lot of organizations, farm organizations, that are already pushing back. I think we check with the provincial government, see what their stand is, because I'm sure they're not supportive I know UFA has a government relations committee, and they've been on this and have been advising the government, and they've met with federal ministers. They met with Minister Freeland when she was out this fall and had a good discussion about that, so they understand it. She's from out here. So I think that the message is out there, so I think it would be better, you know, if, it wouldn't hurt for us to put a letter out, but it's before we put it out, understand what we're pushing back on and what it is, and then how do we support it, whether it's done through RMA or how that plays out. It would be more effective coming from a group body than it would just from one municipality, but I appreciate what you're saying.
Go ahead, Klaus. Okay. How would you like to proceed then? Would you like would you be in support of a letter then, Morris, or what are your thoughts?
Personally, I would like to say, from us as a county, you know, I guess agriculture is one of our biggest things in our county. On behalf of county council, I would like to send a letter opposing some of the restrictions they dreaming up or coming up with, because just like what you said earlier, what we are good stewards of our land, because we don't want to let
Jeremy first. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I completely support the thought of a letter, but I was going to say, if anything, this could be a discussion topic as well at our Ag Service Board Committee, which is at the end of March. And I could ask our environmental services manager, who has a master's in ag sciences, to put something together on what that status actually is. I think there's a lot of rumor and conjecture around the whole piece right now, so you know, I think some good facts and some good solid advice from somebody who's actually trained in that field would be good to be discussed at the Ag Service Board Committee meeting.
Thanks, Jeremy. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would certainly support a letter, but I also wonder whether it would make any sense to talk with our other municipal neighbors and other rural municipalities about signing on and supporting. Not much different than when we received letters from the County of Vulcan when they were looking for support for their emergency services and EMT pushback against the province. It might be worthwhile broadening this out to other municipalities so that we can put a united front together.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I fully support writing a letter. I just think you have to be just a tad cautious on how you say it, because they're telling us on one hand to use less fertilizer and less pesticides and less manure, but on the other hand, they're telling us we need to produce more. So I think you kind of have to choose your words very cautiously as to what you say.
Is there, I'm hearing, sorry, Eric.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's all relevant. It is all, like, there's nothing to deny what's being said here. Is it appropriate? We've already passed resolutions at Foothills, Little Bow, if not RMA. It won't do well at our FCM, I don't believe, on a large scale to have a resolution there. So yeah, I guess it's good to make some noise, but I think it has been well communicated already that, hey, we're vehemently opposed. Alberta's vehemently opposed to it.
Thanks, Eric. Go ahead, Larry.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just sitting and listening to the conversation, all good information. I think what Mr. Wixon suggested was pretty spot on, you know, because if this comes back for administration just at this level to write a letter, well, I mean, I can do a bunch of research, but, you know, I'm certainly not an expert, and I mean, we could push it down the line even now to Mr. McMillan, is it? Or,
yep.
Yeah. But, you know, maybe through ASB. I mean, it's purely an agricultural related matter, and again, I think he's very, you know, educated and experienced in that way, and I bet the best information, the most accurate and best opportunity for us to write an accurate letter, fact-based, would maybe come through him and maybe out of a discussion at ASB. That just my thought.
Okay.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you might want to check with RMA to see if they're pushing this forward at FCM in the rural side of it. they might already have that on the plate to do.
I can certainly check into that, you betcha, thanks.
Morris, this was your item. How would you, are you comfortable with having that added to the next ASB meeting, or how would you like to see us proceed?
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of merit in that, you know, that we, at our next ASB meeting down there, you know, but I just want to make sure that we submit something to them right away, that this comes from county council, and probably that all county municipalities are in favor of certain something like that down there, and bring it up down there. That's fine with me.
Okay.
However, I think we should bring it to the floor someplace, because it is pretty disturbing, I think, some of the stuff they're gonna come up with.
Okay. Go ahead, Claus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with the Agriculture Service Board, I'm pretty sure that a resolution has been brought forward in Grand Prairie that we send a message to, well, from the Agriculture Service Board, it goes to the RMA. So then from the RMA, it would have to go to, I think that's procedure, isn't it?
It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
What matters to me
Yeah.
is
Get it out there.
get it there anyways. If it's been done, it's done. But we should go forward to this so we maybe raise the attention again.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just-
good point.
Do you have some direction then, administration? Jeremy, you feel comfortable with that?
Yep.
Okay.
And could you check if Agriculture Service Board has that resolution on the table?
I will check the resolution list, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. With that, I believe that concludes the public portion of our meeting. I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. We have two closed session items. Item 1, public messaging, FOIP section 24, and it's actually advice from officials for item 1. And item 2, CAO recruitment, FOIP section 24, advice from officials, and section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. Lauren?
Oh, I was gonna move on the camera.
More.
Closed session, but
Thank you.
Morris wanted to do it.
Oh, jeez. Well, I saw you guys fighting over it over there.
You wanted to adjourn the whole thing.
I feel upset now. Oh, okay, then you can have it.
Okay, Morris has moved that we enter a closed session. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried.